Remember last ball drops? Remember that pretty successful thing we had on during the French Open and during Wimbledon, that as soon as that last ball dropped, we would go live with a review of the day? Well, for New York, we've got something slightly different. It's called the first serve. It may look like last ball drops. It may even appear like last ball drops. But it's on at a different time. Some of you may be thinking, oh, a little bit more convenient, European time, mid-afternoon. Well, you're probably right. Anyway, it's coming your way every day for the next week or so. From probably until about around 4, I would imagine. 3 p.m. Central European time, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, and therefore 9 a.m. in New York, so Eastern Time. We'll be coming your way every day with a review of the previous day's action and a look forward to the day ahead. All here on Talkin' Tennis. So, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and see you at 9 a.m. Eastern Time every day during the US Open until middle of the second week, more or less.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon / more evening, possibly, depending on the world where you are tuning into. And welcome to what is day 3 of the US Open and sort of day 3 of the coverage that we're doing here on Talking Tennis. As you can see, we're going to try and cover a range of different matches today. At least this is almost as though covering as many matches around the grounds, almost like a roving commentator, except I'm based in my bed. I'm based in my sort of a room here in the UK, as we are at the moment. As we have seen that one of the biggest matches today that has taken place on Armstrong between Elise Mertens and Danielle Collins. It looked to all the world as though Danielle Collins was making her way through the draw. People talking about her as a real threat, a potential third round opponent for Coco Gauff. Was she going to be the one that was going to really provide the issues to Coco, possibly even knock her out? Well, at the moment, she's 2 points away from being 3 points away from being knocked out herself from the competition. She took the first set 6-3. It then went to a tiebreaker in the middle of in the second set. Danielle had a range of set points both on her serve and on her opponent's serve in that tiebreaker. The unforced errors came, and hey presto, we are at a situation where Mertens was able to steal the set in the end. And as we can see at the moment with the third set, Mertens has put the hammer down and is now running towards the finish line in that match, which is a shame if you're a Danielle Collins fan. Danielle Collins has had a brilliant summer by all regards when it comes to the American hard courts. Played some really good tennis in both Montreal and also Cincinnati. Had some really good results. Showed some of the form of a Danielle Collins of let's say yesteryear. It's not really yesteryear, is it? More of Aussie Open 2022, where she became the last person that Ash Barty ever beat on her way to winning the Ash Barty to win the in that final to win the Aussie Open crown. Even though it looks as though Dot Collins at the moment, as we can see with the live score, just to my left, you're right. Well, basically, where my finger's pointing, you can see me visually. As we can see, it looks like Collins is going to try and at least hold on and make Mertens serve for it, which is a shame. Like I said, that you're a Collins fan, but that aggressive game style that Collins has, something similar to Garcia, who of course went out yesterday. It can work for you, or it can cause you problems as we get a bit of a refresh there, and it is match point to Elise Mertens. Now, on to what we're covering at the moment, and it's good to see that we have Ghost and Jake already in the chat, have put in some points out there for Jake. Hey guys, how are we doing? I'm doing pretty all right, Jake. Looking forward to this third day. It's one of the joys of Grand Slam tennis is, of course, the multitude of matches that take place all around the grounds. I mean, yesterday, if you were a British tennis fan supporter, you would have been in your element. 6 Brits hit the court, 6 matches were played, and 6 straight sets victories for those Brits in a mixture of both men's 3 sets and women's 2 sets matches. Some particularly good wins for the likes of Jack Draper, who is worried about. He was still coming off the back of a shoulder issue. Murray, of course, managed to make a 3 straight sets match in a bit of a marathon against Corentin Moutet, who was doing his best to be as theatrical as possible in that match. And then obviously other ones for likes of Dan Evans and whatnot, but also some other big results that, of course, took place yesterday. Sabalenka came through. We had possibly yesterday what could be described, and I have already seen being described as probably one of the worst days on Ash. Not because the tennis was a little bit bad, but because of the lack of time and the lack of good matches that took place on there. All the matches that took place on Ash yesterday lasted probably the sum total of an hour and a half each at most. And that was possibly one match that nearly touched an hour and a half, but the majority took an hour. So if you're at Ash yesterday, a bit of a, sorry about that for your ticket and almost your money's worth on that one there. But of course, we're looking to today, the third day of the championships. Third day of the US Open. I think the official name is like the US Open Tennis Championships or something like that. It's like using the word championships. It's a pretty neat word, I find. As we have with Novak Djokovic versus Zapata Miralles. Novak Djokovic, of course, the Serb, going for title number 24, wants to tie, or say title number 24 in terms of the number of Grand Slams that he wants to win. With this, the record that he wants to chase down now, which is the tie with Margaret Court, potentially surpass her, going into 2024. Of course, though, this is a tournament that he has not necessarily had the most. The best way to describe it, hasn't had the most success at, as a kind of a mixture coupled with. The French Open, even though the French Open, he's picked up a couple of titles quite recently, whereas the last time that he's picked up the title here, I believe, was in 2018, if I may be correct on that one, but do tell me if I'm wrong in the comments. But it was very much a few years ago that he picked up his last title. He's only won this title 3 times, which, given the success that Novak Djokovic has had, in the Australian Open, which is of course another hardcore Grand Slam, which takes place at the start of the year, with him now winning that one 10 times, and 10 times, is a bit of a surprise and kind of plays up to this tournament's billing, or being almost like a bit of a, best way to describe it is almost like it can be very sporadic, and it can be very volatile when it comes to who it chooses as its winners. I think it's had 5 different winners in 5 different years. Going back through the likes of Alcaraz last year, Medvedev, Thiem. Before that, you've had the likes of Cilic have won this. I say Djokovic, Nadal have won this. Murray's won this. Federer's won this 5 times. Juan Martín del Potro's won it. Stan Wawrinka. So, over the last 20 years, it's had a range of different winners, and especially in the last recent years, that's where the majority of those more sporadic, year-on-year different winners have taken place. Giving the likes of Thiem and Medvedev and Alcaraz their first ever, Grand Slam title. But that, enough of us to sort of going on about the why-falls and wherefores of this tournament. He is, of course, playing the the Spaniard Swiatek-Saville Miralles came through his game fairly comfortably in the first round, but has a completely different opponent in the second round, you could say. We're also going to try and keep on track at the same time with Shelton-Thiem. I think maybe the big question that a lot of people will be asking, especially after that first round match that took place on Monday for Swiatek, would be, how quickly will she probably win that match? As much as I like and respect Saville, I think we all agree that the level that Saville can bring comparatively to Iga Swiatek is unfortunately a lot lower than what the poll can end up actually bringing to the table. As they are going into the start of the match. Djokovic, like you said, so we'll keep jumping from the bits. I'll concentrate on key matches that take place. I think we're still waiting for Swiatek and Saville to hit the court on Armstrong as Ash is underway, and that'll be a please for the Spaniard as he wins the first point with Djokovic forced into a lob that goes long beyond the tram lines there. And of course, the final match that we'll try and end up sort of covering would be, when that takes place after the Swiatek match, will be the Shelton-Thiem match. Of course, Dominic Thiem, mentioned him in terms of winning the title back in 2022, that bizarre COVID tournament in which nobody was in the stadium, which is a real shame for Dominic, given the fact that it's the biggest title of his career and probably the biggest moment of his life. As up to date, I don't think he's had any kids, so I can probably safe in saying that. He, of course, got his first win at a Grand Slam in 2.5 years. Yes, 2.5 years it's taken Dominic to get a win at a Grand Slam. That last time was in the Australian Open in 2020, also 2021. That was the last time Dominic got a Grand Slam win, and of course he beat the ever volatile, and he proved to be that way. Alexander Bublik. In straight sets with, I think one of the times in which Bublik got broken, he double faulted 4 times in the service game. So Dominic didn't even have to hit the ball, and he was able to get a break against him. But it was good going from Dominic. He's got an even tougher match against Shelton to take place here, and we'll have to see what happens there. Zapata Miralles is already 40 love up on his service game, and he has also won his serve, which is a bit of a turn up for the books there. I'll say turn up for the books. Djokovic usually can take a bit of time to get himself into the match. So please, if you've got any questions, comments, or whatnot, please do put them in the chat. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. As you can see in the chat as well, we will have Tom joining us a little later on. It'll be a little later on from my time perspective, to sort of cover these matches as we go through the day session. And it'd be good to hear your thoughts and feelings on how some of the matches went. Of course, we knew in this section of the draw, the Holger Runa quarter is no longer the Holger Runa quarter, as he got beaten in the first round against Roberto Carballes Baella. Yeah, we were going in there with a double barrel Spanish names, very well there. And you can see some of the other matches that are taking place at the moment as well. We've got a real tussle taking place between Dominic Stricker, who, if nobody has any idea who Dominic Stricker is, he's a Swiss big server. Big forehand hitter, and he's most famed for getting to the semi-final. I'd say most famed from what I remember from him, because I watched him live doing in this semi-final. He got to the semi-final of the ATP Next Gen finals, which took place, of course, in November, when it turned out to be its last time in Milan, which is a real shame, as it's now going off to Jeddah. It'd be interesting actually if you put in the chat about your thoughts and feelings on the fact that Saudi Arabia have the Next Gen finals, and they've also put in a very sizable bid for the WTA finals, along with Prague and an American group who want it in Washington. Please do let me know how you are feeling on that one. Other matches as well, we've got Laszlo Djere against Hugo Gaston. And the winner of that match, of course, plays the Djokovic match. As Djokovic hits a serve out wide there, just looking a bit funky. And we've got Karatsev, who is currently a setup against Roberto Carballes Baella, as we mentioned there, the guy who bested Holger Runa. And then Christopher Eubanks and Benjamin Bonzi are on serve at the start of the third set. So some really interesting matches starting off there for the men's side of things. So whilst we're waiting for other things to go on and for me to be able to jump around, we've got just starting off, of course, with Djokovic versus Zapata Miralles, who is currently 30-15 up, or 15-30 up on the Djokovic serve. I think Novak is just going to be taking some time to really get into this match and to really move along there. Let's not say any arms. Djokovic, though, goes and hits the net with his serve trying to go out wide there. We can see the imposed banner, of course, celebrating the fact that this is 50 years since the US Open agreed to equal pay with the men, or at least moved to have equal pay with the men, even though it was interestingly brought out the fact that, you know, the US Open didn't necessarily do it out the fullness of their coffers. They had the WTA, Billie Jean King, and then what would have been the fledgling, what would have been then the WTA organization had to go get sponsors to really make up the missing the gap between how much the US Open wanted to pay and how much the and what would have been the full amount that the men were going to be taking on that. Interesting story that they read out when they were talking about that at the ceremony which took place on Monday night. And Zapata Miralles has 2 break points already. Djokovic goes out wide. Forehand by Zapata Miralles, backhand by Djokovic. Oh, Djokovic, really strong forehand there. Hits the middle of the tram line in terms of the white part of the white part of the line. Absolutely puts Zapata Miralles at 6s and 7s, and he's unable to get any real contact onto that. So, moving on to the second break point that Zapata Miralles has. Djokovic tries to go up the centre, just clips the net, but it lands within the service box. So, serve. Tempted down the line, just wide by Novak there. As Zapata Miralles goes up to the mark. Cross court, backhand by Zapata Miralles, and it's wide, and we're back to deuce. I shouldn't use the word wide, I should use the word long. Like I said, please do put in the chat any questions or comments that you may have. Either, any questions you want to ask me, could be to do with the US Open, could be to do general things in tennis, or within, a degree of a degree of moderate, any sort of questions you want to ask me that may be outside the world of tennis. Would be excellent. And we can see, of course, that Mario put Draper in his quarterfinals. I'm going to probably admit something as well. I have put Draper into my quarterfinals as well. I may be a little bit of a hopeless romantic in terms of Jack Draper, certainly given the injury worries. But I believe he has the skill. I say the skill in terms of he has, certainly the skill, the game, and the talent to be one of the top players and to really make an inroad in a draw. And if his body holds up, I could see him really causing hurt. It's a weird one. If we weren't at a Grand Slam, I would probably say that Hurkacz should be favoured to win that match. But we're at Grand Slams, and the only Grand Slam that Hurkacz usually does any sort of well at is Wimbledon. And all the other times he gets knocked out pretty early and plays pretty poorly, and we've seen that a bit already this tournament with the fact he got taken to 5 sets against Marc-André Hussler. Interesting to note that these two players, even though Bernabé Zapata Miralles has been on tour for what feels like a while, certainly a while, they have never actually played each other. Funny enough, it's very bizarre, and we're going to get an ankling to that as Djokovic as one game all at the moment. We'll keep abreast of what's happening, and as we can see, we can confirm that that Elise Mertens has beaten Danielle Collins. Based on seeding, you would expect that to happen, but generally, it is a bit of a surprise given the form that Daniel has shown and the non-form that Elise Mertens has shown as of yet. Going to make some comments in the chat. So we got a Stricker win would make up for a Daniel loss. Well, he is a break up in the fourth. he is a breakup in the fourth. I mean, that is a good way of trying to get into a fifth set. Ghost is also saying, I like Peniston, the player. Not now. I'm sometimes described, but okay, good one, Ghost. And you're also saying that Joker is to win in straight sets. That is your prediction. And of course, we can all have a little bit of a bizarre, raising of the eyebrow to Jack Edwards, who decided to put Yuri Lehechka into his quarterfinals, a man who got beaten by Karatsev earlier today. But it's, in the one hand, you could argue that this isn't good enough from Lehechka, which is agreed. But then you could also argue on the second hand, which is Karatsev is one of those players that when he's on, he can be on. He's not been on much recently, and it's been few and far between in terms of those good results. But when he's on, and he was clearly on in that match. And as we can see at the moment, he's got this. He's okay to break down in the second, but he's won the thingy. As it's 30 at the moment in the Djokovic match, he seems to be putting a little bit more pressure on. Bernabei's running around the place. Joker's really abusing all the tricks in his arsenal in terms of really deep ball returning positions. Forehand down line by Thingy. Cross court. Cross down line by Bernabei. Up line by Joker. Cross. Really good rally taking place here. Moving from side to side on all the parts of the court. And Djokovic decides... He tries to basically cut the rally short with a drop shot, and it doesn't get anywhere near the red. Ghost is asking, where is my Red Bull kit? I am currently wearing my top, which I've just basically come home from working, my work top. My Red Bull top at the moment is on the dryer. Ghost. If you want funky branding, I have got my little lucky Fred the Red Little Bear. If you're interested, want to make it look like he's under clutcher. Of course, United playing at the weekend against Arsenal, and I really hope that match goes we play a lot better than we have been doing recently. Oh, Jake is liking the Red Bull top. It's good to see. I wonder if all you are Red Bull F1 fans, supporters, liking Max, liking Checo. It's a good top. As you can see with the point down below, 6 out of 10 of viewers are not subscribed, or in terms of on YouTube. Please do hit the subscribe button if you are watching this either for the first time or for a while and you haven't subscribed already. Really helps us as a channel. And there's my at if you've not followed me already. I'm at Tennis Ranter on Twitter /X / whatever we're in the world of actually calling it these days. Whatever Elon, the not so great man himself, wishes to turn Twitter into. It's bizarre. I mean, the name itself was the reason why you would buy such a brand, and he's now trying to take the whole name away. We're getting a little bit of a report from Jake from another match that's taking place around the grounds that Mukova, however people like to pronounce it, is playing very well at the moment, which is a real positive, because as some of you who may have watched that final, if you could at least see the ball in Cincinnati in that women's final, would have seen that Mukova didn't look great in terms of physically, and there was a lot of worries coming into this event, coming into this Grand Slam, that there would be some issues. Turns out, she seems to be completely fine as it currently stands. Good drop shot there from Zapata. Miralles really jumped into that one there. As it seems to be quite tight in this third game in the set here for the Djokovic match. Ghost, okay, so you've asked a very interesting question. So, of all the Manchester United stars in history, who do you think could translate his talents to the tennis court? Okay, so I'm just trying to think about potentially past stars. We can see that John says that's certainly going for Beckham. He certainly thinks David Beckham would be an excellent tennis player. He certainly would have the naughties looks for it. You could see him. You could see him with working alongside the likes of Leighton Hewitt in the manner points there. I would certainly say that I could see Roy Keane. I don't know why, but I could see Roy Keane being an excellent tennis player, just down to the fact that he has the aggression, which means that his forehands would be bolting. He's also got, also that sort of solid nature means that I think his backhands would be pretty strong. I think he'd have a decent serve, and be able to put it into the correct spots. And we also so I would certainly say Roy Keane, I think, could be a Man United star who could have translated his talents as much as possible into the tennis court. But Jake, you're making an interesting point. Park Ji-sung would have been a version of Alex de Minaur, probably has the same energy levels. That could be quite true. And Park Ji-sung was a real rabbit around the court, really, got from one place to another with some degree of pace. And of course, we've got the question thing. If you can make sure you answer it, which is around: do you think Novak Djokovic could win the US Open? As it currently stands, we've had 4 votes. 2 of you said yes. 2 of you said no. I think he's gonna. I think the majority of people in the tennis world. It's an interesting one, actually. As Bernabé Miralles was just about to hold on to his service game there. The interesting one would be, who are you backing? And I know you probably will put this in the chat already for for one of the 2 days that we've had previously. Who do you think out of Alcaraz and Djokovic is going to win it? And I know that some people are probably screaming at the screens right now, shouting or saying no, it'll be Medvedev, or no, it'll be Sinner, or no, it'll be X, Y, or Z. But it's under the circumstance that it looks as though that is by the bookies' favourite, the most likely final. Who do you think it will be if it was Alcaraz and Djokovic in that final? Matthew is making a point, and it's good to see you in the chat, Matthew, that these slower this poll no means Alcaraz. Excellent. So Matthew is saying the slower hard courts this year could mean Novak has to find some variety and serves very well to see off Zapata. It has been noted, and Matthew, you are pointing out a good point, that these courts are deemed to be slower than usual. Usually the US Open courts they tend to be quick, but they're not as quick as Melbourne, which is deemed to be the quickest Grand Slam, I believe, of all the 4 Grand Slams. Where in terms of the court dex index, I think I saw a court dexing index for it somewhere that had it around about 40, or at least like 41, 42 point whatever thing they end up measuring it in. Where the slowest one, of course, being Roland Garros at around about, I think that was 30 something. With Wimbledon and the US Open being around about the high 30s in terms of their speeds as well. But it seems as though the hard court speed here is, at Flushing Meadows has gone from being a quick hard court to a more of a medium fast court to more of a medium court in terms of pace, keeping it more in line with the likes of Miami as a comparison. Which has, of course, a medium pace index associated to it. As Djokovic is 40 love up on his serve here. And, of course, we should have other groups, other players, not groups, other players taking to the court at the moment. As we can see, that, of course, Swiatek and Saville are already playing. And interestingly, Swiatek is already down a break. Iga Swiatek is already down a break in her match. This is a bit of an interesting start to it all. You have had situations in the past where Iga has had slow starts to matches. Just move my main screen over to that. Try and get things working now. Interestingly as well, Stricker has been broken back in the fourth set, so they're back on serve there. Laszlo Djere is 2 sets to love, 2 sets to 1 up. Sorry, 2 sets to love up on his match. And no notable results. As I say, Mukova is 4-1 up, so just 1 break up. Yuri Vesely and Francisco Sawundolo have just taken to the court on court 12. Saras Cerebus Tormo, the champion in the Tennis in the Land tournament in Cleveland, is took in the first set against Jingmi Wang 7-5, but she is 3-love down in the second. And it's still on serve between Benjamin Bonzi and Chris Eubanks. I'll tell you something, Bonzi is having a little bit more, is a bit of a resurgence. He was in a terrible vein of form coming up until July. Couldn't get a win on the main tour for love of the money, but has been able to start to pick up some wins, which is good for the Frenchman. As it looks as though he was about to tumble well out of the top 100. Got Saville here playing some really good defensive shots. Iga forcing Iga into an unforced error, as it is 30-love to Saville at the moment on her serve. On that point, on that position, just there, as we get a great shot of Daria Saville's coach, which is Jay Gooding. Of course, Saville is very much come back into a position where her body's now not causing her so much chips. She, of course, she came back a few years ago from a really serious injury. Looked as though she was getting back to really good form, and then got another terrible injury, absolutely terrible one, at the beginning of the year, close to the beginning of the year, which then ruled her out for a huge amount of time as well. But she's come back into it very well, as Novak has 2 break points. As we get forehand, as we get good serve sort of taking place there. Gosh, Swiatek, defending champion here. Usually copes quite well with second tier court assignments. Is what you get to come to expect. Is what you end up coming to expect at the start of tournaments, when the main courts end up getting, or the main court, to use a singular term, when the main court ends up getting used by either a homegrown player or maybe like somebody who's, I like to say like an old, one of the old guard that's sort of rolling back the years in an early round match. Daria is doing her best to stick in with Swiatek, and that was a brilliant backhand by Iga, just about kissing the line on the way over. Very good bit of work there. As we can note as well, that Zapata Miralles is really redlining at the moment just to try and stay with Novak. The big question is, will he be able to keep that up for as long as that needs? And that could be 3 sets, and you can never really redline continuously against Novak Djokovic for 3 straight sets. So as we know, we've got a point here with Iga having a break point. As we have that Novak Djokovic has broken, as most people would expect, at the start of the first set to make. He is now 3-2 up, and Iga has broken back as well. So the early break for Daria, that sort of piqued interest, has coincided, has quite majorly coincided. And could we be back to business as usual for Iga Swiatek, who is usually quite famed for running through matches quite easily. Some pretty good predictions from Damien there about his quarterfinal. He's gone for Swiatek versus Paul, Medvedev versus Hurkacz, Djokovic versus Fritz, and Alcaraz versus Sinner. Fritz is certainly an interesting choice, given his track record at Grand Slams. Swiatek is 30 love up, which shows that she's really zoning in at the moment. Yeah, and just noticing some good forehands sort of taking place from there at the moment. I'm also interested to know, if you are a UK viewer, we have, of course, had a new change in broadcaster this year. For the last 5 years or so, the US Open have been on Amazon Prime. It is this year gone back to Sky Sports. If you are somebody who's had to subscribe to Sky Sports either directly through them or through Now TV, do let me know how you feel as though your experience has been with them. I'm quite interested to hear how people are finding this switch in broadcaster, because it's always a bit of a turbulent time. The first Grand Slam or the first time that an event runs that is on a different broadcast name. And of course, Sky have a big history with the US Open up until them losing the contract back in 2017, 2018. They had held the rights to the US Open since 1990. So they held it for a sizable amount of time, 25 odd years before it ended up being lost. And it actually turned out, I found out, as a bizarre bit of TV history or TV sporting history, as niche as that sounds, is that it was the first major sporting event that Sky signed in terms of rights back in 1990 for the US Open. At that point, they didn't even have the rights to what was then become the Premier League. So it was almost like a fledgling start for this broadcaster. We're doing well, as we can see, with some stats against Maria Frech. And Steph Tsitsipas at the moment is serving for the match against Dominic Stricker. Dominic putting up a real tough fight against the Greek. We'll just quickly turn over my stream just to see how this goes about getting finished. Okay, so Stricker up the line, backhand by Djokovic. Not Djokovic, by Tsitsipas. What am I talking about? First point earned by Dominic Stricker. 15 love. Playing, of course, on grandstand court. Matthew wants Eubanks versus Tsitsipas as a night session match. I could certainly see that, Matthew, as a night session match. Potentially an Armstrong one. Maybe even if they're feeling a bit up there onto Ash. Backhand by Stricker. Forehand by Stricker into the net. And it is 15-all. Unfortunately for Tsitsipas, he's the seventh seed here, which sort of shows a little bit of a drop in seeding. But it's another tournament where he's ended up in a bit of a dodgy section of the draw. Well, I say dodgy section. He's had two of them in terms of being quite close to the top two. He's, of course, though, an Aussie Open finalist. So, his last Grand Slam on hard was pretty neat. Now, let's see. Backhand by Stricker. Backhand by Djokovic into the net. Quite a key thing, as you can see down the bottom. Vanch, Talking Tennis's Vanch, will be going to the WTA event in San Diego. He has press accreditation. We have press accreditation for that event. It's become quite a sizable event very recently. on the tour. On the tour, it's a WTA 500 event. In the last couple of years, it was also a ATP 250 event. It's a shame it doesn't have that this year. So it's going to be really, really cool to see the reporting that comes from the ground from that one. As a WTA 500 event, it will probably have a very big field. And of course, the defending champion is the one of the guys which are following at the moment, called Iga Swiatek. And Terry, it's very good to see you in the chat. You didn't get the notification. There's YouTube being a little bit funny. Stricker, though, has 2 break-back points. Backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas down the line, saves 1 of 2 of these break points. Down across court by Tsitsipas, but it is just clipping the net, so it will be a let. Terry is just keeping an eye on Iga. That was excellent. So Tsitsipas down the tee. Excellent serve by Tsitsipas. Right down the tee with the ace. Brings it back to deuce. Down the tee was trying to go cross court for Tsitsipas. No luck on that one there. Down the tee, forehand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas into the net though. It was a brilliant backhand by Stricker, got it really low below the net, and Tsitsipas, as he was coming towards the net, had little space to be able to get it some height back on the ball to get it over the net. So Stricker with a 3rd break point here in this service game. He is determined not to end his US Open at this stage. So Tsitsipas goes down the middle, backhand by Stricker. Oh no, that was just out. Stricker's a bit annoyed there because that would be a brilliant winner if that counted. Tsitsipas cross court, backhand by Stricker, backhand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas again, backhand by Stricker. And it's long by Tsitsipas. He is broken. It is not over. And we'll switch back in a bit, but it is not over on grandstand as Steph Tsitsipas has been broken trying to serve for the match on grandstand. Dominic will be very happy about that, and so will Ghosty. As we can see at the moment, Djokovic has break point to get a double break in the first set. He is not hanging around in any way, shape, or form. As it is 2-2, of course, between Swiatek and Miralles. Make sure all things are working correctly. As they are out or kilted, that is not the ones I wanted. So, just to give you an idea of other results that are taking place already today. But at the moment, just a reminder that the first match that took place on Arthur Ashe was between, of course, Coco Gauff and Maria Andreeva. A very good match, or at least seems to be a very good match. Coco Gauff, very straightforward win, 6-3, 6-2 against the teenager. Elise Mertens, which is the big thing we were talking about just over half an hour ago, beat Danielle Collins in a free set match there. Collins, though, with match point. Had match points on her on the tiebreaker in the second set. Will seem as a bit of a bottling almost of that match there. Other results to take note of: Taylor Townsend showing Sloane Stephens how to do it. Beat Beatrice Haddad-Maia in two very, very tight sets today. 7-6, that being 7-1 in the tiebreaker, and 7-5 in the second set. So very good result there for Taylor Townsend. Unfortunately, if you're a British tennis fan, it wasn't great news on court 5, but it was a good performance by Lili Mirazaki. She loses to the 15th seed Belinda Bencic 6-3, 6-3. Lily, of course, was a qualifier. Came through 3 rounds of qualifying. Wasn't even seeded in qualifying, and had to beat 2 seeds to actually qualify for the main event. And then won her first match against the special ranking Margarita Betova in the first round. And Lily will go to a new career high at the end of this tournament, as she jumps from around about 200 in the world to around about 150 in the world. So that will really be good for Lily. A real hard worker in the British game. She would go up to, I think, to be British number 4. This could even put her in contention for Billie Jean King Cup call-ups, which if only you signed up to the LTA would have seen that they announced when that almost like relegation type match with Sweden will be taking place on the 11th of November. I'm going to be trying to buy a ticket for that event, as I've never been to either a Davis Cup or a Billie Jean King Cup / Fed Cup, as it once was called, event, and it's in London at the Olympic Centre at the Olympic Park. Something called the Copper Box, I believe, is the name of the venue site. So it's going to be very cool there. Of course, if you're just a general point now, either if you're a British and you're around and you want to watch that and you live near London, that helps. Of course, if you're up north near Manchester, that's where the Davis Cup is taking place in the UK for that group stage, for those group stage matches. The week after the US Open, there are still plenty of tickets available on the website if you are interested in that. And of course, there will be the main finals, the knockout stage finals that will be taking place in November after the ATP World Tour finals, and there's of course the Billie Jean King Cup finals that are taking place for those teams that have qualified after winning their qualifying matches at the beginning of the year. As we have Mukova winning the first set, excellent to note. If you're interested in doubles actions, Henry Cash and Julian Patton beat Bloomberg and Johnson. And then on the women's wise, Shkimianova beat Masarova. Masarova, of course, was the person that beat Maria Sakkari. So the conqueror of Maria Sakkari went out pretty early in the next round. Straight after. As it's 5-5 at the moment between Tsitsipas and Stricker. First, he left to Tsitsipas on his serve, but Stricker's just won the point with a brilliant drop shot. Stricker's determined not to go anywhere. Gojo beat Mackenzie McDonald 6-3, 6-4, 6-4. Mackenzie McDonald, of course, slaying Felix Auger-Aliassime, who is having possibly one of the worst periods he's ever had in his life. Really dropping down the rankings now. And he's got an absolute boat ton of points that he's going to have to defend in the October period, which is very fast approaching. So it's we've got to hope that Felix can find some form, but it's not looking good as it currently stands there. Carl Juvan beat Laura Davis in 3 sets. Talon Grigsport and Tanasi Kokonakis won that. Straight sets in their doubles match. Jamie Murray and Michael Venus, they won in 2 tie-break sets as well. Quite identical tie-break sets as it was 7-3 in both of those ones. Norskova and Kozlejova won their doubles match. Ram and Salisbury won theirs in straight sets against Bolelli and Babazori. Hope you've pronounced that right. And then Hasse and Metic won their one, along with Cabral and Matos, Morenos and Gorston. And some other ones, Bopana and Ebden, other notable doubles match winners as well. Doubles draw pretty open as well. Although, Rajid Ram and Joe Salisbury are hopefully trying to go for a hat trick of Grand Slams here at the US Open, of course, winning it back in 2021 and 2022. They look unlikely to repeat the feat this year, but they'll put a good effort into it. And Tsitsipas is able to hold serve. I'm just going to stick with Tsitsipas at the moment for this set. Just as it's looking tasty at the back end of the fourth set at the moment. But if you want an score update from around the grounds, or at least from the two other main matches that we're following, Djokovic is still in one break up against Bernabé-Zapata Miralles, and Igor Swiatek is they're on serve at the moment 3-2 in their match as well. But like we said, I'm just going to stick with Tsitsipas here because this is getting quite tasty in the fourth set. Of course, if Tsitsipas wins this set, then he goes through to the third round, which actually would be start to be a bit of a positive for him because he's had a terrible run at the US Open in recent times. And of course, Dominic Stricker really trying to show himself as a young, promising, upcoming talent, as a real force. Will he do it? Let's this is a good match as any to prove yourself. Many a youngster has seen Tsitsipas as the gateway player to beat a top tenor. Alcaraz did it here, of course, a couple of years back. And then at other points during the different tournaments, Holger Runa's beaten him at the French. Jack Draper beat him in the Montreal tournament last year. Sinner has beaten him. I believe Sinner's got a match win against him somewhere at a big tournament as well. So there were plenty of examples of where the up and comers, the big youngsters have seen Tsitsipas as a good top 10 player to go and almost maim and get that victory against. As Stricker here is now serving to stay in the match. He gets this, it goes to a tiebreaker. So I'll just go to some commentary. So Stricker up the tee, backhand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Stricker, backhand by Tsitsipas again, forehand by Stricker, wide of the tram line. It just floated up in the air on that one. Love 15 to Tsitsipas. So Stricker, cross court, backhand by Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Stricker, cross court, backhand by Tsitsipas into the net. It was a sliced backhand into the net. Take Stricker off the hook in terms of pressure, 15-all. As we get a big yawn from Paola Badosa, of course, Stefanos Tsitsipas's girlfriend. Stricker up the tee, backhand by Tsitsipas, but it is it is out. And Jake, don't worry, I will ask you a question about the WTA, by WTA players. Backhand by Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker, backhand by Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker again, backhand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Stricker. And it was a brilliant cross-court forehand winner by Steph Tsitsipas. Pushes Stricker out wide to the left and pushes the ball. Redirects the ball excellently to the right. As we have Terry saying that Iga has broken. So she was a breakdown. She then got back on serve, and now she is broken again to get a lead in that match there. Wide there by Stricker. Just clips the net and goes long beyond the baseline. Second set. So backhand by Tsitsipas is wild. Unable to get any major connection with that backhand, and it flies long beyond the baseline. 30-all at the moment, as we see that Mukova is a break up as well. Up the line there by Stricker. Forehand by Stricker again. Tsitsipas really been pushed at the back of the court here. Stricker, forehand again. Forehand by Tsitsipas. Comes to the net, Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker. Tsitsipas tries to go cross court, and he just goes towards Stricker, who reads it perfectly and is able just to pat the return away to make it 40-30. Point away from taking it to a tiebreaker. Stricker really celebrating to the crowd here at the moment. So Stricker goes cross court, backhand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Stricker. Oh, he just fires it long beyond the tram line. By the inside tram line. Back to deuce. Do love the shots you get at people's rubbish that they leave around. Up, attempted to go cross court there by Stricker, out wide. No such luck. Novak is serving for the first set as well. Up line there, backhand by Tsitsipas into the tram line. Great serve there by Stricker up the line to force the mistake from the Tsitsipas' backhand. He is targeting that backhand as though it's an enemy on Call of Duty. Attempted up the tee there by Stricker. No such luck on that first serve. Cross-court attempt, backhand by Tsitsipas. Long. What a unforced error by Tsitsipas on that one. No real pace on that on that second serve. And Tsitsipas still fires it long beyond the baseline. And we are into a third tiebreaker of the match. Now, the last two tiebreakers have gone the way of the Greek. Is a similar thing going to happen? Or is it going to be third times lucky for Stricker? So Tsitsipas tries to attempt to go cross court, hits the net, went out into a second serve. Down the line, backhand by Stricker across up the line. Backhand by Stricker with a slice. Forehand by Tsitsipas. Brilliant forehand by Tsitsipas, that one. Able just to take the ball. There wasn't much depth in terms of its placement and just rifles that home cross court. One love. And Dasha has broken back. It is getting tight on Armstrong as well. It is not a walk in the park. Cross court by Stricker. Good serve there. Tsitsipas was able to get a good return onto it. Tsitsipas left floundering with a brilliant cross court attempt by their Stricker. And Tsitsipas ends up hitting the backhand into the net. 1-1. Stricker goes up the tee. Forehand wildly swung at by Tsitsipas there. But it is 2-1 to Dominic Stricker. Little shake of his racket towards his box. Just sorting out his hair. He's got a lot more hair than the last time I saw him. Maybe he needs to get some of it cut off. Or choose to get a bandana like Tsitsipas. So, at this point, Tsitsipas here serving to try and make it 2-2. Cross court, forehand by Stricker. Just goes wide of the tram lines, and it is indeed 2-2. Brilliant shot there by Tsitsipas. It was a forehand out wide, and Stricker was unable to get any real connection onto that. Two all at the moment. So Tsitsipas goes cross court, no luck, into the net. Down the tee, backhand by Stricker. Forehand by Tsitsipas into the tram lines, and Stricker has the early mini break in this tiebreaker. As we also can see that Novak Djokovic has taken the first set on Arthur Ashe. Maybe not necessarily in as quick a time as people would have thought, but it's a start. It's a start for Novak. So Stricker goes cross court. It is wide of the service box though, so second serve chance here for Tsitsipas. Cross court, backhand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas. Forehand by Tsitsipas was long of the baseline. It is 4-2. Stricker just opening up a little bit of daylight in this tiebreaker. It's a little bit, just a little bit, not much, just a little bit. Now, Stricker will just need to keep his head here as much as possible if he wishes to take this to a deciding set. things got a little bit quiet here. As you can see, they were just changing ends. Tsitsipas taking his time. Stricker up to the ball mark. Down the line, backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas, forehand by Tsitsipas there, backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas coming up. Brilliant approach shot there by Tsitsipas. Takes the mini break back. Close to nearly packed stands in the unreserved seating part of this stadium, which is excellent to see. Absolutely packed it was for Murray Moutet yesterday. So Tsitsipas looking to get to 4-4, goes up the court, backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker, forehand by Tsitsipas again, forehand by Stricker, and he just hits it long. He's too aggressive. 4-all. We get a great stat pointing up that the total points won for the set 4. They both won 40 points each. It could not be closer in this set. So Tsitsipas. Cross court, backhand by Stricker. Forehand by Tsitsipas. Cross court, brilliant forehand there. It was a very short return by Stricker, inviting Tsitsipas onto that one as he blasted it across court with a brilliant forehand winner. So Tsitsipas 5-4 up, 2 points away here from seeing out this match. So Stricker goes down the line. Brilliant serve by Dominic down the tee. Kicks the main part of the point. Great work there. As we've got another break being noted in the Eager match. 5-5 at the moment. Cross court, backhand by Tsitsipas, backhand by Stricker. Brilliant smash by Stricker. Able to really control that point, and he has a set point. Dominic has a set point here. 6-5. It is on the Tsitsipas serve, though. So Tsitsipas getting ready. He goes cross court, forehand by Stricker. It is, though, wide, which means it's a second serve. There really is a chance here for Dominic. Tsitsipas goes up the line. Backhand by Dominic. Backhand by Tsitsipas. Forehand by Dominic. Backhand by Tsitsipas. Forehand down the line by Stricker. And he just misses. He pulled the trigger. He said, I'm going for it now. And he went a little bit more than he should have done. Oh, he went for the spectacular. He had Tsitsipas pushed back beyond the baseline. Just would have probably been better for him if he just continued with the point, continued with the rally. He didn't. Usually it's a sign of nerves when that takes place. He was, just wanting to end the point now. Of course, if he pulled it off, it would have been brilliant, but it would have been a very hard one to have pulled off in the end. So Tsitsipas goes cross court. It is wide, though. Second serve. So Tsitsipas goes down the tee. Forehand by Dominic. Bit of a backhand wild by Tsitsipas. Oh, he just unleashed on that one. Went cross court. Tried to get the winner. And landed plumb in the tram lines. So Stricker now has a second set point. Second set point on his serve this time around, though. Second set point on his serve. 3 hours and 30 on the clock. Stricker goes up the tee. No luck there. It's close, though. Very close. Second serve. Chance for Tsitsipas to break back, though, if need be. Up the tee. Backhand. Wildly hit by Tsitsipas off the frame of the racket. And is going to a fifth. We'll leave it there. But it is going to a fifth, as we can see. that Iga Swiatek has taken the first set against Miralles. It is all taking place at the moment. As we'll cut back to some of the awesome stuff that we're noticing at the moment. We can see that Bonzi has taken the first set against Christopher Eubanks. Tobias Baella has taken the second set against Karatsev, so they are into a third. And currently they're on serve at the moment in the Djokovic match. Djokovic's really been tested here. Like this isn't a cakewalk that people would expect against something like Stricker, Miralles, as we see a brilliant forehand cross court there by Thingy. So there was a comment in the chat by Terry just a while back. I do apologise, Terry. Sorry, Jake. It was a question by Jake a while back, and I do apologise for not picking it up at the time, or anything at the time, which is who are my favourite players on the WTA. Right. So my most cop-outy answer, unfortunately, to this one will be. I'm very much a fan of a lot of the British girls in terms of what they're doing at the moment. Katie Bolter, Jodie Burrage, Katie Swan. I quite like her game as well, and of course Emma when she's playing well. But outside of that, my main favourite WTA player that I like following, who is not in a great vein of form at the moment, would be Caroline Garcia. I was quite privileged that we went to the WTA 250 event in Lyon at the start of the year, where she was the top seed and the home favourite, because not only is she a French player playing in France, she's actually from Lyon itself. She's from the city. And there were little stories that were coming out of the press conference about the fact that when she was at that tournament and playing that tournament, she could just go home. She just basically went home before winning it. And we can see here, of course, a almost like a letter that she put out, and we'll just read out saying, "Hi everyone," and this is based off the back of that loss on Thingy, saying, "These last 2 days have been very difficult for our family. My grandmother passed away on Monday afternoon. I couldn't attend to the press conference after my loss. The emotions were too overwhelming. My heart needs to be with my relatives to bid my grandmother a last farewell. This is why I have to withdraw from the doubles with Kristea. There is a time for everything in life. Today, tennis is secondary. Thank you for your understanding, Caroline. I really hope that Caroline and the family are doing as best as they can do in these very difficult times. As you see the point there, but she is certainly a favourite of mine to watch. I really do enjoy watching her matches. She can be frustrating at times in terms of that all out aggressive game style, but what makes her game so great. And it was a real pleasure to be able to see her play in Lyon in February. It's good to see it's one of your faves too, Jake as well. But then going from that, that's a very good question in terms of players that I actively want to really watch. Of course, I do enjoy watching, when you see the real big top players battling out against each other. Either Rybakina and Sabalenka matches, they've been quite good at the beginning of the year. We, of course, haven't really seen that now. Iga matches are also an absolute bonus. Iga matches are a bonus to be able to watch in terms of how well they play. Do you know what? There is one actually, and I don't say this much because she's not. She's really played quite well this season. Petra Kvitova. I've watched her a few times live, both times at Wimbledon, and she's been brilliant to watch. And I really do like watching Petra. And I don't know if it's because I'm maybe getting older in terms of the people I'm following, but one of those sort of older generation players, she's still in the prime, or at least in a version of a prime in terms of at the top of the game. But I really do have a liking for those sorts of players. As we can see, Damien has put out on Twitter saying that wonderful resilience from Stricker to take it to a fifth from 3-1 down. It was way too intense in the previous two tie breaks, but played this one well. He did. Last 2 points it was old method of get the ball to Tsitsipas' backhand in the key moments, whatever the shot is. It worked wonders. It really did work wonders. Jake, it'd be good to know if you've who your favourites are, because it'd be good to get to know a little bit more about you. And any live events that you may have gone to watch any of these players live. And he said, spoke to Petra a few times in roundtable interviews, and she's one of the loveliest people in tennis. Feels like success in tennis hasn't changed her, and very humble. That's really excellent to hear. We should, of course, hopefully have Tom joining us soon. So you won't just hear my dulcet tones for the rest of the time you got me tonight, but you'll have a multitude of other voices adding their bits as well. As we're just back on the Djokovic match, as he is looking good at the moment. Just keeping an eye on the scores. Of course, yeah, we've got Igor with who is a setup at the moment, trying to get to a breakup. Stricker held his serve, which is excellent to see. If he's looking to make an assault on that Tsitsipas' game in his match as well. Jake saying Azarenka is one of my favourite players. Also have a soft spot for Muguruza. Kayla. I'm probably butchered that, Jake, and I do apologise. Garcia and Georgie. Good mix of players there you got there. It'd be good to see if Muguruza is going to come back onto the court. I know she's enjoying her time away from the tennis, which given as a result she was having quite recently before she chose to have the break, it was a very good move for her to do, and of course I hope she does what works best for her in regards to coming back to the court or coming back to tennis or not. On that point there. Djokovic is a break up in the second as well. So all going guns blazing there at the moment. Just keeping an eye on some of the socials as well. Of course, in very niche tennis news, as you probably all know, it is the time of the year where we have the Rafael Nadal Challenger taking place in Mallorca, which is always a fun one. It's had some big playing players who are coming back from injuries playing there in the past. Of course, that statement in regards to Caroline was very recent in terms of coming out within the last hour. There are no other things sort of popping up there in terms of big results. We are very, very much on the pulse, as I say. So, Jake, you're saying I think WTA with Muguruza at the top of the game is even better. I'd love to see her make a resurgent comeback. The big three at the moment are very tough. Tough. They are tough. They are tough. If that even makes any sense in terms of a word, they are certainly tough. Obviously, that point didn't go well for Djokovic, as he's now actually playing it back on my screen at the moment. Let's just see if we can just get this sorted. Is he going to have the break? It's almost like, can he fix it, Bob the Builder? Certainly, Djokovic the Builder has got it sorted, and he's sorted there. And Terry is saying this is another nice practice match for Djokovic. I'm sure his opponent wouldn't want to be known as that. As Iga is a break-up. Early break-up against Miralles, looking to get that job done as well on that court. So we've got Djokovic in the second set, an early break-up. Really trying to put the hammer down on Zapata Miralles, and we've got Swiatek doing what she can as well. We will just switch over to Swiatek on my screen just to see how this one is going about. So yeah, it's just going to follow Iga here just to see how she starts the first set. Got backhand taking place there. As you can see, you've got some really interesting results that are unfolding or taking place already today. It's the joys of the Grand Slam. And I don't know about you, but it's certainly one of those points in which, and I always find this bizarre, and I'm going to use this as a little bit of a rant time. So whenever you get like mainstay broadcasters, and this is this doesn't necessarily always count when I'm talking, what I'm saying counts for Sky, my point in this talking, but it also very much. I don't know, let's start again, James. So this isn't necessarily relating just to Sky's coverage, but it also relates to the way in which Eurosport / Discovery Plus have put it forward, and also the BBC. With a Grand Slam, you get very limited time in which you can use your main channels to cover all the different matches. There seems to be a thing that I've noticed when it comes to their main channels that sometimes, and especially prevalent, I would say, for Discovery Plus and the BBC, who've done this a fair bit, that unless there is they will put Arthur Ashe, or they will put Lord Laver, or they will put Philippe Chatrier on the main channel, from the start of the tournament at the start of the tournament in terms of the first game all the way through to the end. Now, as many of us could note and tell, most of the good matches and the most competitive matches and the matches that have the stories rarely in the beginning of the tournament take place on those bigger courts. Some people probably come back with the odd match here or there that has had that drama. That does happen, but you're going to put money on it as a percentage. They will take place in a smaller outside court. I will get plenty of coverage, or I was a broadcaster, would get plenty of coverage of the main court, of Ashe, of Philippe Chatrier, of Rod Laver, of Centre Court Wimbledon. I will get plenty of that at the back end of the tournament. The last week of the tournament, and that's where the majority of the matches for the singles are going to take place. That's where I'm going to see this court a lot. And the first week, and especially the first 4 days, I don't realistically need to see or need to keep looking at those main courts, because there are other stories that are taking place in other courts, and it's refreshing to see all the other courts in action and taking place. And I would just say to all the broadcasters that you don't necessarily always have to just keep the big main courts on. Actually do move around to those courts where those big stories could take place, and usually can take place from there. So there you go. There's my little rant about broadcasting and how they keep putting the big court on the main TV, even though we're going to see that at the end of the tournament anyway. Let's see the other smaller courts, and then we'll get to the big tournament at the end. It's almost like it also feeds into us as fans, because we kind of like to feel like we're starting off at a tournament, starting with the smaller courts, and then moving our way to the big court. As Iga is 2 love up, holds pretty well there. Jake also picking out a key thing here, which is it's hard to keep casual fans at majors interested when all they're watching on the main channels is 6-1, 6-2 results completely. If you're going to flick to a channel, you want to see a match that's got drama. You don't want to see something on the main court with a big name player smashing somebody ranked top 70 in the world, like you say, 6-1, 6-2. It's not entertaining. It's not fun. And half the time, the majority of the crowd is half empty, as they're the tennis fans that understand that the big matches aren't on there. The big matches are in the grounds, and that's where you want to go see them. That's where the big matches. That's where the most competitive matches are going to be. Dara doing as much as you can in this match to stay competitive. Really pushing Iga around the court here. Brilliant bit of around the net play by Iga. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant passing shot winner there by Daria. Able just to hold her serve there, at least to stay within 1 break point behind. Djokovic has some more break points in his match. And Dominic Stricker is 3-love up in his. I'm interested in this. I'm going to go back to it, ladies and gentlemen, on my main screen. We could be seeing an absolutely huge upset taking place on Grandstand. So we could be seeing a huge upset taking place on Grandstand if this carries on the way it is. Dominic's just sat on the advertising board, just asking for something from the towel people, asking for one of his waters to have in his box. It's sort of one of his juices. As Tsitsipas just comes back, obviously went for a quick toilet break during that break. Did it win the time frame? Does not look a happy bunny whatsoever. Oh, he's got a time violation warning as well for taking his time. Hello, Tom. Got you on mute at the moment.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Go back. There we go. How you doing?
You can hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you loud and clear, Tom.
How are things been going? Me and you have not been on the channel before together, so it's good to finally meet you.
It is good to meet you as well, Tom. This is the first time that we've been on the same stream.
Yeah. How's your US Open been going so far?
My US Open's been going. I'm pretty happy with the way things have been going at the moment. All my major favourite players, especially the British players, have been doing very well.
Yeah, of course. Was it 18 sets in all yesterday?
Yeah, it was unfortunately broken today, which is unfortunate. But the six matches, 18 set, 7 matches yesterday, 18 to 0 sets.
Yeah.
Or love, as we should use the term here in the tennis terms. And just some really good, strong performances, like some match results I didn't expect. But Burridge beating Blinkova. Blinkova being a top 40 player, quite unlucky not to be seeded for this tournament as well. Blinkova. Unfortunately, she's got Sabalenka tomorrow, but that's the way the draw works. What have you made of it, Tom?
To be honest with you, James, I've been playing a little bit of catch up. Just the way the kind of timings work, obviously, and life just getting in the way the last couple of days. So I've been doing my best just to kind of try and stay on top of things as much as I can, but I haven't been able to watch it as much. I watched Andy last night, so that was a fun match. Obviously, the controversy surrounding the VAR, which I tweeted at the time, was a bit of a farce. And I think Sir Andy basically echoed those sentiments in his post-match press conference in terms of the VAR not working. I know
that was. I mean, like we were watching, at home on our TV screens, we're watching the images that were popping through, and thinking, okay, that's what's on the ref's tablet at the moment. Yeah, I was watching this. And we were able to help as well. Say help, but we were able to make our own decisions as well. And I was like, why are you taking so long? Why is the decision being made? And she's going on the microphone. Yeah, my lad's tablet's not working.
Yeah.
Okay. This explains why it's taking so long.
As far as I was aware, though, I think Muti, you saw Muti at the time was like, he was gesturing to a box, and you were assuming that it was his box. But I was thinking about it afterwards, and I'm like, I'm sure Andy Murray's team are down that side, so I think he was actually like, talking to Murray's box, which I thought was just, all part of the circus that we were watching, I suppose. But to be honest with you, James, I've been trying to get to terms. I'm so used to Amazon Prime and the way that watching tennis throughout, the year. I've been trying to get used to the Sky Sports, system, effectively, the on-court system. And that's been hampering me as well. Like, even for instance, now, I'm kind of stuck with what they'll show me without going. And I want to be watching Tsitsipas Stricker, but that's on one of the streams. And the setup that I've got at the moment only allows me to watch what Sky Sports will give me, unlike when in the Amazon days, I suppose. So yeah, I've just been coming to terms with that over the first couple of days as well.
Are you on Now TV? Are you watching on Now TV?
Do you know, somebody said that to me? I mean, I don't know. I might sign up for Now TV. I think I usually sign up for Discovery Plus whenever the French and the Australians on. So why not join Now TV then? I think that is the way forward.
I've basically had to take the full plunge. Sorry for anyone that's not a UK viewer. Who's having to experience these little growing pains that we've got at the moment.
I know we had it so good. We had it so good.
But I've taken the full plunge with just signing up to Sky. They had an 18-month deal, which, given the fact that the reports are that they're going to have the ATP and the WTA from next year, and it hasn't been confirmed, but they're very much seen as a highly likely that it's going to go to them from next year.
Yeah.
I've gone like I'm gonna have to make the plunge now. I like watching my favourite football team play, United. If you like that or not, it's not a matter. So I've taken the plunge and I've got it all sorted. Well, I was trying to get it sorted. There's been some little issues. It's good to see tennis back on the mainstream channel. And I think I was just saying that, with the history of the US Open and Sky Sports, they had it for 25 years before Amazon Prime had it, it was the first main event or big event that Sky signed up in 1990.
Okay, well, before even the Premier League and
before the Premier League, this was the first major event that they brought back
really
in 1990 for their service. So there's a lot of history and a lot of sentimental value that this tournament has with Sky, and it's good to see them looking to get back into tennis, really.
Yeah, I thought the Amazon coverage, I thought Tim Henman's always very good. I know he's on the Sky stuff.
He's on every single network, it seems. You can't turn your TV on and Tim Henman not be there.
He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind getting involved, does he? Greg Rosetsky's always really good to listen to. I think, on Amazon. So I agree. I think it's only good for tennis as somebody who's an absolute one for trying to get new fans to tennis. I'm always pestering my mates who are all very football orientated, so it's somebody who is always trying to convert others to tennis. I'm pleased that I suppose it is on one of the UK's main sports broadcasters. And I suppose I'm just having maybe teething issues, and I get like I said, I think I took it for granted that I could just press the Prime button on my remote and just go and get it. So all good.
Good. One of the things in which Prime has done, of course, is shown everyone what tennis coverage should be. It's a weird one because I know people have been talking about it where under a Sky type model, it suits those sort of casual viewers quite a fair bit. You can be flicking through your remote and you can stumble across the US Open. Brilliant. If you were, however, if you wanted something that felt more, if you're a tennis fan, like a real fanatic that wanted to watch, a doubles match with some random people on court 15, and that was the real match you really wanted to watch, and I know people that do, and they're very pleased about it, and you could on Amazon, and that was a way, and there was a possible way of doing that by just flicking through quite an easy to navigate menu, but it was very segregated in terms of, unless you specifically knew whereabouts in Amazon you needed to go to find it, really stumble across it, which was a problem they had really when it came to trying to get viewers, and probably part of the reason why they've basically stepped away from the US Open and from ATP and WTA rights, because although they did a brilliant coverage, it just wasn't bringing people in, but given the way that they operate,
Yeah, I mean they're subscription based, and I don't think anyone was like joining Prime just to get their tennis fix. But yeah, I think you're right. I think they were pioneers in the way that they kind of said that we're going to give you every single quote at every event, and you could argue maybe the BBC and iPlayer did that with Wimbledon, maybe beforehand. I don't know if you disagree with that, James, but I just think I got used to the way that Amazon worked, and it's just a case of changing mentality, I suppose. Like me, a few years ago, when I was growing up, you had BBC One and BBC Two that showed you Wimbledon every year, and that was about it. So, who am I to complain?
No, I think we're probably of a similar year in terms of that being, being able to watch Wimbledon, Queens, and then the odd Davis Cup match was literally all you had in terms of. In terms of coverage, you didn't have Sky, and you could afford to have the big dish outside your house. Sky is now a little bit more accessible with Sky Stream and Sky Glass, where you don't necessarily need a big whopping great dish added to your roof with a cable running all the way around your house, which could make it look untidy. Sky Stream is the one I went for.
I might need to join you in that one, James, because like you sell it well in terms of you make a good point. I never thought of it like that in terms of the next couple of years. The next few years might be where we're the one place to go and get your tennis stuff. So I'll maybe have a look in that in the morning. But yeah, other than that, trying to keep up abreast with everything that's going on. I think I watched Dominic Thiem his first round match. I thought that was a really strong performance. Obviously, Bublik was all over the place, and I think I would have given Sasha Bublik a run for my money. I just don't think he was interested, was he?
No, I mean there was I don't know if you've seen this. A little side note. There was that survey that came out from the States about amateur players thinking 71% of amateur players can take a game off a professional player. Well, won that service game with Dominic Thiem, hit 4 double faults, pretty much near enough gave them a little bit more hope. Do that. Just hope that you play Bublik when he's absolutely not at the races whatsoever, and you'll get the double faults that will give you the game.
Yeah, no, I think I agree. Just like I mentioned, wasn't shocked at waking up on Tuesday morning to Holger Rune being eliminated. In fact, no, that was earlier on Monday, wasn't it? So I think I'd said when I did a previous show with Damien on Sunday night, and we both agreed that there was very little chance that Holger Rune was going to pose any danger in this event. Plus his draw I thought was pretty tough. Impressed with Medvedev, didn't see much of it again, but I know that his opponent has been using a protected ranking, so fair play to him. He's got 80 grand in the bank, but it was pretty easy days for the Real. And then Murray last night.
Questionable protected rankings that are taking place this tournament. I feel like that's one of them in terms of the 34-year-old that Medvedev played. I mean, it was chalk. You literally were talking what felt like a Premier League player taking on a Conference South player, or Conference South team. In terms of that was where that went. Or to give you a Scottish version, would be like a Premiership player taking on a player from League Two or something. From that point there. So he's not. I don't really think there's much we can read into that Medvedev result. It just you would expect him to win. You'd expect him to win quite well. But I agree about the Holger Rune one. It was that one was. I kind of felt like he would have been played better at this tournament, especially given the fact he got to the third round last year. Slumping he's in at the moment, and we've got to be careful because we're fast coming up to the part of the season where he's got a lot of points to defend.
Absolutely,
the Paris Masters title is closely coming around.
Well, I think when he won that final, I remember watching it in a kind of cold Scottish Sunday afternoon, dark outside at 3 in the afternoon, and I remember watching it. He was a set down to Novak Djokovic, if I remember correctly, and he comes back and wins that, and I'm thinking, wow, right, we've had Alcaraz in September. We've now got this guy Holger Rune. I'm like, this is going to be some year, like next year kind of thing. You've got Sinner coming to the scene. You'll still have Djokovic. And then I was thinking about this driving today. Holger Rune now been eliminated in the first round of the US. He did a decent run to the quarterfinals of Wimbledon, where of course he lost to Alcaraz. Won a couple of titles on the clay. But overall, I'm thinking, has this been a good year for Holger Rune? Now I get it. He's still still very young. But that seemed like a breakthrough moment for him back in Paris last year. And
that's a good point, because if you look back at his results this year, on one hand, you probably could say it has been a good year, just down to the fact that, like you say, he won that title in Munich. Mm-hmm. He defended that title in Munich as well, because he won it the year prior. Funny enough, the same guy played in the final this year as well.
Was he not in the Monte Carlo? Was it Monte Carlo? He was at the final against Rublev.
He was, and also in Rome, he got to the final there for those two Masters events. And two Masters finals aren't, there's nothing to be sniffed at.
Fair enough.
Most players would give their right arm, well, probably not, because they still need to play, but theoretically they would give their right arm to a couple of Masters finals under their belt. I think a lot, though, will depend on how the rest of the season goes. I would say you could say it's a good year. You could say also the fact that he's established himself in the top 10. That would have been a key target for him at the beginning of the year. Would have been to, not only because he broke into it at the back end of last year, but he would have wanted to have been able to,
stay there.
We've seen with players that have had one big result and it's put them into over the top 10 or top 20. Then they have a terrible year, and then as soon as those points come up for renewal, they completely go and they plummet back down the rankings. He, of course, has those big Masters points at Paris. With if those points tumbled off, he would still stay in the top 10. So, and he looks as though he will probably qualify for Turin as well. So it's looking good. I mean, I think for him, one of the things he said, but in one of his interviews, was that he doesn't get scans, which was an interesting. He just feels it, and he goes, "Well, this is, I think Ghost would love that in the chat in terms of old school tennis. You have a little feel. Does it feel bad? Yes, no. Well, if it doesn't, let's just get on the court anyway." But there's a reason why players get scans, and that's because it gives them a good idea of what's happening in their body. And the more they know about what's happening in their body, the better that they'll be able to then treat any issues as they take place.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the same post-match, possibly the same question. He was talking about never kind of missing an event because if he felt something like an injury or something coming, he would never really miss an event. Which I thought was I don't know if he just needs to do a wee bit of growing up. I don't want to be too harsh, but you look at and I suppose they'll hate the comparison, but you look at Alcaraz and Runa, and I know they're totally different players are at totally different kind of stages in their development. But Alcaraz seems to take everything in his stride. He seems like you saw him last night singing on the court with the crowd, and the crowd really taking to him. And Holger Rune just doesn't seem to kind of be there. And I just wonder if I actually like it when he interacts. I remember watching Yannick Sinner. I think it was in Rome, the Holger Rune match where he was totally playing to the crowd, and that seemed to inspire him because Sinner looked like he was winning that in the third set. But Holger Rune, became the villain in that match, and he seemed to, it was like, it's almost like Djokovic, that way, like Djokovic, when he's got something that somebody's annoyed him in the crowd or booed him in the crowd or something, that seems to, the next 10-15 minutes he's pretty dominant. And Holger Rune, in that instance, you were thinking maybe that he's like, he likes this, he's this type of player who likes to battle with the crowd, and it makes him play better. But I just don't know. I get what you're saying. 2 Masters final and a title. Quarter final to Rublev, was it in Australia, or was it round of 16?
Around the 16, I believe. Yeah, because Rublev won that match and got to the quarters, and then lost in the quarters.
And because Rublev won it with the net cord, didn't he?
Part of what you're talking about though, with regards to that immaturity in terms of scheduling, we at the end of that match against Medvedev in Rome, he looked absolutely wiped. He had played so much tennis. Up to that point, as Stricker has beaten Tsitsipas.
Wow,
he has taken out Dominic Stricker. I don't know if you know much about Dominic.
I'm not. I couldn't tell you his playing style, James, but I have, kept abreast a couple of his matches in the past. I think he's got a talent. Did he play Andy Murray in an event in the early spring hard courts?
He did play. He played him at the Nottingham Challenger.
Right.
I think it was Murray's quarterfinal opponent. I kind of noticed him down as a potential person that could beat Murray, but given the weapons that Dominic has.
Right. Okay.
If you remember, I don't know if you ever watched it, the ATP Next Gen Finals last year.
Yeah.
Dominic was the big surprise name in that thing because he was in the group with Jack Draper and Lorenzo Musetti and beat them both. To actually top the group. Jack did very well to beat Lorenzo to actually qualify as a second place player in that in that competition. He got to the semis. I was able to watch him. I went to the semi-final match in Milan, and he played well. But Lehechka was on fire that week, and was able to get the bid there. But ever since that, that run, I've very much kept an eye on Dominic, and I've been very surprised that he hasn't made the breakthrough this season that I thought he would have done at the beginning parts of it, given that he is just excellent. In my
so would you say this is? I mean, obviously Tsitsipas's record in New York isn't great. I don't think he's made it past the third round in ever before. But and of course, I think he was 6-love, 5-love down to Galan last year. But that, I take it then, without doubt, then from what you're saying, this will be Stricker's breakthrough moment. His career his best result of his career. Then, yeah.
Certainly, absolutely, certainly. I mean, Tsitsipas unfortunately has a bit of a label as a top 10 player that you can down to get your first top 10 win as a young up and comer. I think he's helped give that, like we say, to the likes of Alcaraz, Runa, Sinner, I believe. Also, Lorenzo Musetti's beaten him, and Jack Draper beat him as well. So a range of players, and now you can add Dominic Stricker to the list of young players that were able to best the Greek. And Dominic, Tsitsipas really needs to find some way of actually having some form at the during the US Open, because it's a real chalk and cheese with him. Because at the start of the year, at the Australian Open, every year he seems to be absolutely on fire for that tournament, going very deep, showing his hardcore prowess. And then we have that clay court season, and then as soon as the grass ends, he then starts to go back to playing weird tennis, maybe getting to the semis or final at Cincinnati, but then absolutely bumming out of the US Open time and time again.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know what to make of Tsitsipas. It just seems like a strange guy to me. I don't know if that's too harsh or if I'm allowed to say that, but can I just mention the match that I'm watching at the moment, James? Djokovic, I don't know if you've got that on, just saving a break. I don't know if it's his first faced, but certainly of the third set, he's 6-4, 6-1 in front, 2 sets to up.
I was watching bits of Djokovic. I've got Swiatek versus Saville on mine, just because it feels like we're going to come to the end of that one.
She's still a break up in the second, is she? Yeah.
Still a break up. I tell you what, this is, Daria is really showing her talent here and really pulling anything out the bag just to stick with Swiatek as much as she has. I kind of expected Iga to almost for this to be a bit more comfortable than what it's actually become. I mean, Daria was an early break up at the beginning of the first set, and Iga managed to just about break back. But it's she's certainly been tested in the second round.
I'm just looking at Simon Camber's tweet there that John kindly put up for us in terms of Stricker looking like Kevin Bridges. Kevin Bridges, of course, he's a comedian from Clydebank, which is, I work for a local newspaper called the Clydebank Post. And so Kevin Bridges is obviously my local celebrity, is my main kind of go-to when I want hits on my website. So yeah, there's Kevin Bridges. And if John can work the magic and get the comparison to...
I have to agree. What I saw some things pop up on Twitter back at the LXGen finals saying, do you remember the Gerber baby for the Gerber life insurance?
Yeah, I think it's
saying it's the Gerber baby but grown up was the other fun one.
Yeah. Kim Bridges, funny man, funny lad. That's I like that. So yeah, I'm just looking at the highlights on it's just showing you Stricker's celebrations. He definitely does look. He smiles like Kevin Bridges. Actually, that's the main part. He has that weird little smile.
I wonder if Swiss-born Dominic Stricker has any ideas that he's been compared to a Scottish comedian.
Well, if I ever get the fortune to pose him a question at one of these events, that'll be the first one I ask him, James. So I was going to ask you, in terms of, we were talking about Holger Rune, it wasn't really that much of a shock. I think the same could have been said for Caroline Garcia, following a big seed in the women's. So I was going to ask you, what result actually has, in terms of shocked you, surprised you over the first 2 days?
Oh, that's a very good question to ask. I am just going to have a run through the results just to make sure.
I put you on the spot there. I appreciate that.
It's a very good question. There has been some bizarre results that have certainly taken place over the time period. Just running through yesterday just to see if there was anything of note of any mainstay. Feast was an interesting one. Greg Sport's been playing very well coming into this event. Of course, getting to the Washington final and having a couple of good runs at a couple of other events. So that to me was a very interesting result in terms of Feast being this seen as the next coming Frenchman. Is this going to be the guy that's going to stop being just a solid top 100 player, but actually be like a proper top 10er looking to go for Grand Slams?
Yeah.
I was shocked that I was not really. Of course, Hurkacz going 5. That it isn't in a Grand Slam. That isn't Wimbledon without Hurkacz deciding to get himself in epics where he could end up losing. I was happy to see, as it just popped up, was the domination of Cameron Norrie's win. Now, given the given I think everyone knows that Cameron has had one of the worst US hardcourt swings I think I've ever seen him have. Didn't win a single match, even at what is seen as his bastion, his home tournament, bizarrely, of the Los Cabos. Not being able to getting beaten by somebody ranked outside the world's top 100. Really coming into this tournament with absolutely no confidence and no form whatsoever, and just it looked like the Cameron Norrie of January that rocked up on that court on court 11 yesterday, with the seeing off of Shevchenko, who is a dangerous player and having a brilliant breakout season himself. 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. I was unbelievable. I was really pleased. As a huge Norrie fan to see him do that. I know it wasn't a shock, but it was certainly something that I was pleased to see.
Well, I'll see your Norrie, and I'll raise you. What about then Jack Harper? In the same vein, he's had injuries, not really any form because of said injuries. And then I switched on his match late last night, and I seen that he'd won the first set 6-1, and I said, "What's going on here?"
I absolutely love Jack Draper. I think he in terms of talent wise, he has the potential of winning Masters and Grand Slams if everything comes together. One of the things that was interesting to note was that one of the technical side of his game, people do complain that his forehand can be a bit loopy at times in terms of it gets too safe. It's almost as though he channels in his inner Cameron Norrie in terms of that forehand at points where it's like you don't need to have it as loopy as that. You can flatten it out. And one of the things I noticed in his match in Winston-Salem against Borges, because I was able to watch that because it was actually on the main court, so it was televised, was that he was flattening out his forehand much more, and that was also noted in his match against Albot. And it's brilliant to see from a technical standpoint that he has worked on that throughout this injury issue. Yeah. I just really want his body to get sorted out now, because
absolutely
this was meant to be the season where he was going to win his first title, break into the top 20, possibly even the top 10, really make those deep runs, get those top 10 victories.
Yeah,
and it hasn't happened. This is meant, and it's unbelievably frustrating to see, because we know what talent he has, and we know he can get himself into the top 10 with that talent, and he can really progress forward.
Yeah.
And his body, time and time again, is just letting down to the extent that you cannot play the grass court season. As a Brit, that is key. That is almost like a fundamental cornerstone of your calendar. Is playing those grass court events when it is your best surface, and you are not there is almost heartbreaking, or in a way.
Well,
And I really hope that Jack's body is on the mend, on the way to sorting itself out. I see by looks of his schedule, it looks as though he's not going to go do the China swing, but he's going to stick on some of the challenges after the US Open. That's good.
I think it's a good move.
Yeah. And then hopefully he can do some qualifying for some of the indoor hardcourt events for the main tour at the back end of the year. That feels like a really good plan for Jack in terms of what he's going to do going forward.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, James, because I actually wrote a piece in December last year for a tennis website, and it was like 5 to watch top from the ATP, and Jack was number 1 on that. So, it's been disappointing that he hasn't managed to kind of continue the natural progression that, like you say, through the rankings, maybe get a decent title. Hopefully, I think you're right. I think playing these challengers. Oh, and I'm just looking Novak's down now. I don't know if you're there on your stream, but Racket's not on hand.
What's happened? Give us an update.
Okay, I'm watching the replay now. He's tried a slice drop shot. it doesn't really look too bad. Zapata Miralles got it back, got to the ball in plenty of time, played it back towards like wrong footing Djokovic, and he just seemed to like get his timing all wrong. But for me, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to Novak, it just seems like if it was football, you'd say that one was for the cameras.
I like the fact in that Mute match they got the umbrellas out when Mute went hit to death. It was almost,
and then he was up playing. He was up playing 5 minutes later.
Yeah, it was a bit like a horse at the Grand National or something. A horse event. They were going to shoot or something. Like, please don't shoot today. I'm sure his hand will be okay.
He was up playing. He was up playing 10 minutes later, and you're just thinking, I think Andy had went over to see if he was all right, and then I think he was just like, I think he's fine. He's just kind of milking this a little bit. But hi Jake, how you doing? Good to see you too, or good to see that you're in the chat and contributing. So let us know your thoughts and how your US Open's going. So Djokovic is up and playing fine, James. And to finish my point, here's the Jack Draper in 2024.
Absolutely, and I hope it's going to be the year that we're going to see him absolutely taking the tennis world by storm, which he has the absolute talent to be able to do on that with that, and then just following through is any other results that may have been.
How's Swiatek won, by the way? I know she was 5-3 up.
5-3 up at the moment, 30-30 on Saville's serve, so it's looking good. It is looking good. Team, of course. Team. Did we mention Team? I don't even.
I mentioned Dominic Team.
We did mention Dominic
in the first round. Really looking forward to this one when that comes on Shelton. I think it will be pretty electric. I think we could go the distance. I actually, I'm fond of Dominic Team just as the kind of redemption story. Whether or not he'll ever kind of come back to the level that he was at, that's probably not going to happen. I don't know. I don't want to poo-poo his whole career. He's still, got time on his side, I suppose. But just the romantic in me wants to see Dominic Thiem do well.
Yeah, I mean, I've only started really following tennis after Dominic Thiem's injury, solidly as I have.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to live through, the Team golden years almost when he was the Prince of Clay and winning that, winning the US Open and winning the Indian Wells title. But he just seemed. I just really hope he does really well. I mean, I really enjoyed his Kitzbühel run a few weeks back.
Yeah.
To the final, he really, eked into the crowd that he had there. It was just unfortunate that he went into a match against Baez and decided to stand so far back from the baseline when you're not going to be facing when you're going to be facing a ball which is going to be coming at you at the speed of a. At the speed of an old man running, really.
Yeah. And what about Shelton then? In terms of where is Shelton? I've discussed this on the stream before. Where is Ben Shelton in the kind of the mix of young players coming through, and what is his ceiling for you, James? What I mean by that is, does this guy have the talent? I know he's got the power. He's quite one of these players that will get the crowd going. He'll be a box office ticket, I suppose, throughout his career. But being a box office ticket doesn't result in Grand Slams and whatnot. And I just wonder, what can we expect? I mean, I thought it was a really good result from that Alex Michelsen yesterday. I think that was probably my shock. I can't even remember who he beat, but I can remember looking at it going, wow, he won that in straight sets. Let me try and find you. Can you?
Yeah, I watched. Did you get a chance to watch Michelsen's run at Newport?
I watched one match. I think it was the quarters or the semis. I'm just trying to see who did he beat yesterday. I'll find out. But anyway, sorry, you go on and I'll try and find out who he beat.
So just first of all about Ben Shelton. I feel as though this season's almost been about almost like a teething year for Ben.
Yeah,
he had that big breakthrough at the in that US Open swing in 2022. Absolutely stormed it in Atlanta and Washington. I think were the two tournaments he did really well at back to back, or at least he did well at a couple of those events, and really start to show that he was a real talent that was going to run on from where he was, and then that kind of leading to the Australian Open with his quarterfinal run. Granted, he took advantage of a draw opening up pretty well. I also think what's kind of happened is that a lot of the tour have now figured out how to play him. And that is a very difficult period when you're a youngster, where when you first burst on, nobody has a clue who you are or how you play, and are very shocked as to how when they end up getting beaten by very much don't know how to play you, and then you can play your best tennis and end up beating a lot of these players. Once you played a few times and people start to look at your watch you a lot, then they start to realize how to beat you, and that kind of happened. But then that did really realistically happen quite a fair bit. I also think the fact of the constant changing, the fact that he hasn't played on any other surface than hard courts didn't help at the early stages of his career. When he went onto the clay, that was trying to discover a completely new surface that he'd never played on. Same for the grass courts, which you look at his game and you think, "Oh, grass courts, they will be the one. That will be something that he can do really well at." No, not at all. He barely showed up properly on the grass court season as well. Shame, because Wimbledon actually did a really big video about him rocking up to the site for the first time, and they were really pushing the Ben Shelton bandwagon
narrative.
And then he gets knocked out round two, which is okay. That looks like that marketing run PR thing didn't work out too well. I think he'll be okay next year. I think next year we'll start to see those deep runs and whatnot, and we may even see it at the back end of this year because
he's just very raw, isn't he? He's just a very raw player. I think that's the best kind of term for him, in terms of no structure to it. It's just swashbuckling, I suppose.
Yeah, and that swashbuckling in tennis, he could certainly bring that to the back end of this year, because there'll be two major swings, which are of course the East Asian swing with the main bit in China, and then also the European indoor hardcourt swing, and that could really give him an opportunity on the hard courts to try and get some big wins and potentially even try and pick up a title, which would be quite big on his list of things that he would want to achieve.
Yeah. No, I'm really looking forward to this one. You got a prediction at all? I know that it's quite hard to predict this one, I suppose, because where is Dominic Thiem in terms of recovery? What Ben Shelton's so an unknown in terms of what kind of form he'll come into it with. So I just wondered if you have any kind of thoughts on where this one will go.
Well, for this tournament or for generally for the year?
Just for the match, just for the team Shelton match coming up.
I would say I would back Thiem in this one. I think it'll be 5 sets. I think it'll be a 5-hour epic, but I think that it will be one in which Thiem will find a way to win in the end.
Yeah,
just because I think Ben will be so sporadic. There'll be periods of the match where he'll be unplayable, and there'll be periods where he's making so many mistakes that you think, how the hell has this person become a professional tennis player?
Well, he'll have the crowd, I suppose. Shelton, he'll have the crowd. So yeah, you might try and kind of feed off that. I was going to ask, in terms of Djokovic, I don't know if you have got that on as well, but a minute ago, I don't know if it was some sort of epic rally or whatnot, but he was kind of quite animated for the crowd, and it was literally on a reduced point. Fist pumping to the crowd, saying something when he won the game at the next point. You got any idea of what was going on there, James?
Not a clue. I'm just watching Iga on the last couple of points. She's serving for the match at the moment, and she's got, if this point goes her way, she really is pushing it side to side. Daria's getting it back all the time, and Iga gets that away, and she has now match point.
Match point, okay.
Match point for Iga in a match that I think I said been a lot tighter than what really expected for this one.
Yeah, I think it was who's on her side of the draw. I'm thinking it was Danielle Collins. I know she went out. To Mertens. Was that in the same? Am I right in saying that was in the same kind of quarter, quite the half as Swiatek?
She's in the same. She's in the quarter. Daniela was due to play Swiatek in the third round. It was due to.
So it'll be Mertens next then. Yeah.
Coco Gauff was due to play Coco Gauff in the third round, but that of course now is not happening. And Iga's got herself a time violation.
Oh,
on match point.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's quite funny. What was I saying again? Yeah, so it's probably made Goff's draw a little bit more easier. Mertens is one of those players that can beat the players that are below her quite well, but can't really beat the players that are above her. She's unfortunately, stuck in the middle.
Yeah,
as that famous song goes. So
I won't push you to get singing on a live stream.
No,
James,
I think we may get demonetized or something. Probably say, so he wouldn't be too pleased about that. Start singing those sorts of songs. But no, Iga has done it. She has won her match, so she is through to the third round.
Okay.
And I can see Djokovic is trying to get the break here.
Yeah, he was actually love 30. And at 15:30, he had the whole court to pick from. Zapata Miralles was actually literally just standing on the tee, and Djokovic just drilled a forehand right onto his racket where he put it away with a volley to make it 30 all. But yeah, as you say, I think he's just now broken.
He has just broken. He's just knackering out Zapata.
I think, as I said to you, me and you were chatting, so I didn't actually, wasn't focused too much, but I believe, and some of the guys, Ghost, etc., Terry, Max might be able to let us know, but I believe it just on the Djokovic serve, and he'd saved a couple of break points in that one, but there was some sort of, I got the impression it was some sort of mega rally of 30 odd shots or something. Djokovic won it. I think he might have been defending in that rally as well, and he got a game point up on it, but he was definitely very animated, not really the way that he's been in the past in terms of arguing with the crowd. He was just really fist pumping, doing his famous kind of fist in the air, and a big loud cry as well, and he was trying to get the crowd on side. So and then after that, I don't think Zapata Miralles, he just looked shot, and he's now been broken, so I think it will just be a matter of, I'd be very surprised if Zapata Miralles actually win another game, but I'm such a negative guy.
No, what we're going to see now is the biggest comeback we've ever seen in the history of tennis. Zapata Miralles is going to win this.
Yeah, I would love to see what the odds in that were right now, James. But yeah, so let's be honest, that's not happening. Funnily enough, on the Sky Sports stream earlier on, after Djokovic had won the first set, and I was just about to come on to this, Laszlo Djere had just won his match, and the girl in the booth, she's like, and that's who Novak Djokovic will face next, kind of thing. And I'm like, hold on, I mean, he's still he's only won the first set here, but I think they knew at that point that the writing was on the wall for the Spaniard.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was saying at the start, just before you joined, I think half an hour before you joined, it was, we're in this weird situation with the US Open where we kind of know what the final is going to be for the men at this stage, and we're still a week and a half away from that final actually taking place. So
it's a procession kind of thing.
Yeah, like this weird coronation that we're just waiting for that Novak Djokovic versus Carlos Alcaraz final. And actually, is that really good for the tennis where you already know who the finalists are going to be before the tournament's even kicked off?
Well, I think they had this discussion on, I think it was not their Tennis Unfiltered, I think it was the podcast I listened to, and they had this discussion as if Djokovic and Alcaraz play all the time, if they get to say the Australian Open and they've played 8 or 9 times, does that matchup become boring? Because and some of the guys said they would be bored of it by now. Others said no. And I just thought it was interesting, because it is the matchup we all want to see as tennis fans. But I wonder, it's a good point. If I get to the Australian, you've seen it in the indoor European, and you've seen it at the ATP finals, and you're getting to Australia now. Are you starting to go same old kind of thing? I don't know. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed, just to caveat that. I absolutely thrived, loved the Wimbledon final. Didn't miss a minute. Watched it glued to the screen. Watched the first 2 sets of the Cincinnati match. As I say, work in the morning, so I had to chuck it. Same boat there. I was looking at it and it looked like Alcaraz was going to do it in straights. I was like, oh, bro, I'll just be able to see the trophy. I was the same as you. I was saying to my missus, don't worry, I'll be there in 10 minutes, and then I was like, I might be a bit longer.
Yeah, it went to a third. And when Djokovic won that one, I was like, it was midnight our time at that point, and I was like, I've got work in the morning. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to unfortunately pull away from this epic match. I mean, it's a really interesting one. It depends how well they evolve, because one of the key things that was noted of the rivalries between Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, and Murray was that they constantly kept on evolving their games, so that each new match, each new final, there was something different in there. Yeah, granted, there was a lot of similarities between Djokovic and Nadal finals at a point in terms of just really bashing it from the baseline at a point. But there was you need I think if it was just the continues to get from being the same two people, yeah, it probably would start to get a bit boring, especially if one player kept on winning over the other, which could be a real risk. But I think there was something I listened to. It was all about what you want from a draw, because especially as a tournament and also as a fan, because what we love as a fan, of course, are those upsets where you get the big name player getting knocked out by the underdog. It maybe it's a very British thing on our behalf, but it's. You really love to see those sort of results taking place, but you don't want to see those results take place throughout the entirety of the tournament. Yes. Otherwise, you could have a situation where you could have the world number 80 versus the world number 70 in the final of a big event, and nobody really cares about that final because they don't really know much about these players or know if they're actually any real good. But so what you want those upsets to take place so people talk about your tournament, but not so much of them to take place where you're not going to get some big name players in that final and people to really care about that result.
Yeah, I think I listened to the same thing. I think the example they used was the FA Cup. And, fair enough, it's great when a small team beats a big team. But, if all the small teams beat the big teams, you end up with a final of like Cardiff versus Millwall. I think the example was used. So, and it's the same with tennis. You're right. At the time, you're like, wow, what a story. I can't believe they beat them over 5 sets of grueling tennis. But, like you say, if you get to it and then the semi-finals are all kind of people a lot lower down the rankings, probably you lose quite a lot of interest. And I suppose that's why the seedings are the seedings, aren't they? Because they want the best players to have, I suppose not the easiest time, but I suppose the most efficient way of getting to the final so that they can have the bigger matches and it draws people to the sport. So it's an interesting one. I mean, I think the beauty of the Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Andy Murray to an extent was the fact that there was
Say Murray was proud. He was part of that group.
Okay, just because there's some people when you say a big four, they go, "There's never a big four."
I'll face them down. They're just bitter Murray haters.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, James. So the big four, the great thing about that was the fact that there was 4 of them. So it was always, different matchups, and you could look forward to if Federer went out early, which in the early days wasn't often, then you could look forward to Nadal, Djokovic, or if vice versa. So yeah, I suppose you're right, because now what we've got is, I know you're saying, the final's pretty much written already. Let's just say, for example, in the most unlikely scenario that one of them do go out, then it will just be again, it's just going to make it even kind of less interesting because it will just be the other one will then just be like, they're going to win it now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I think they both need each other.
The only way I could see it being saved, given the players that are left, is if that other, say for example, Alcaraz went out and the Medvedev got to the final. Then in which case, a Medvedev-Djokovic final would be an interesting match to watch.
Yeah. I think that was why it was a dream draw for Djokovic, because he knew that he could only get one of the two of them in the final.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping when the draws were about to come out that Medvedev was going to be in the Djokovic half instead of the Alcaraz half, because, as you say, it's a game of matchups. The matchup between Djokovic and Medvedev is much closer than the matchup between Medvedev and Alcaraz.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, I think we know how that match will end up going when it's Medvedev versus Alcaraz. Now, I hope Medvedev can change parts of his game, stand a little bit further forward to return Alcaraz serves, so that he can actually be a bit more of a threat in those return games. But yeah, that's what we're at the moment. I've got to shoot because we're coming up to 9 o'clock. Okay. I can see you're going to get Jack joining you in 45 minutes' time.
Yeah.
So I'll leave you with the back end of Djokovic match, and then of course the Sheldon versus Thiem match.
Yeah, no problem, James. It's been a pleasure chatting tennis with you, and let's do it again soon. All right, fella?
Certainly will do. See you, Tom, and see you, everyone, in the chat.
Okay, guys. It's Tom going solo for the next wee while. Happy to do so. I think what I will do is we'll chat through Djokovic. And can you remind us who won the Stricker Tsitsipas match? I fear that this one from Ghost is sort of laying me into a trap. Is it the way I'm going to say something like Stricker? Is there some sort of... I don't get it. But yes, Dominic Stricker has beaten Stefanos Tsitsipas in 5 sets. Ghost, I know there's always... oh, right, is that what it was? See, with Ghost, I've always got to be very, very wary because I feel like he's setting me up for a fall. But that's okay. I thrive in those conditions, Ghost. So, yeah, I'll stick with Djokovic and Zapata Miralles for now. I do fear that one will finish up just as hopefully the Shelton and Dominic-Thiem match starts, and then we can go through that. As I say, I'm actually restricted to whatever the Sky Sports stream will give me. I've got 2 channels in Sky Sports, and I'm pretty much sure with Dominic-Thiem and Shelton being on the court it is that I'll get that stream. So not to threat. So how have you all been going? As I mentioned to James, how Terry, how's your US Open been going? Ghost, the first time we've spoken since the US Open began. How are you enjoying it so far? Yes, Tsitsipas lost. He is a loser this evening. So I'm sure you like those words, Ghost. So yeah, Novak through it. I think I did say that Zapata Miralles probably wouldn't win another game. He just looked absolutely dead on his feet midway through that 2-1. I think the 4th game of this set. And in the end, I think he put up a decent fight in the first, but it's been pretty simple stuff for Novak. Do you agree with James? Is the final already written in stone? Djokovic now through to the 3rd round, or is there anyone who is going to disrupt Alcaraz and Novak on their march to the US Open final? Let us know your thoughts on that. Yet 2nd practice match, that's a fair comment. He will now face Laszlo Djere, countryman Laszlo Djere, who I believe they met in Belgrade. I think Djokovic maybe came back from 2-1 down earlier this year. Maybe wrong in that. It might be straight sets. But I remember Djere was giving him some problems on the clay, but I think Novak had been out for a while since Australia, really. So, as you can see, there is going to be another session, just like the tennis guys. We have our day session and a night session, and it will be Damien and, of course, John, who will take you through. Fair play to them. I think there'll be a lot of coffee involved for that one, or maybe some beers. I don't know. Certainly a coffee to get you through the next few hours. Excuse me. Yes, Max, I agree. I think this is the one that I've been looking forward to all day. Team Shelton, I think that'll be an exciting one. I think there'll be the crowd involvement there. I think the Dominic-Thiem, I don't think he will. I think he'll have a few fans. I think he'll have 1 or 2 who will be backing him. Let me just find that stream if the players are coming out on court right now. I was going to ask you guys. I'm now on Bonzi Eubanks. I'll jump back in a second. Bonzi Eubanks, what's the score? And this one it's 7-6, 6-2, 6-2. So 2-1 to Benjamin Bonzi. They're on the Eubanks serve at the moment, and they're on juice. So I'll keep on this one for now. Agree, Terry. I think Carlitos does have the tougher draw. Still think he should have enough though to get there, just because he's on another level. I was going to ask you guys thoughts on Coco Gauff, how she fared so far. Coco came into this event heavily backed. The form had flipped a dinner 180 in terms from Wimbledon, and has she lived up to the pre-tournament hype so far in our first 2 matches, of course, through to the 3rd round. I think she beat Andreeva earlier on today. I think it was a fairly routine victory as well. So as you can see, John informing us, Novak telling the New York crowd that he didn't start the match well. Of course, there was a fall from Novak in that one. I think I described it at the time as a little bit for the cameras for me, but who am I to, judge somebody's health? But it just looked as if the fall wasn't too bad. But yeah, hot, humid conditions out there. And of course, we saw him struggling in the Cincinnati heat for a little bit. He did turn that one around. And Mute, of course, struggling in the heat last night, struggling to get a pickle juice was one of his complaints. No pickle juice in New York, apparently. So Corentin Moutet, not a happy bunny, is he ever, really? What else we got going on right now? I am on the Benjamin Bonzi match at the moment. I believe Shelton-Thiem is going to be minutes away. Liking the look of Fabian Marchand. He is 5-3 up on Adrian Manarino. Of course, he beat Carlitos Alcaraz earlier in the year on the clay in a shock result. I think it was at Monte Carlo, where he took out just weeks before the French Open. As you can see on the screen, actually, John has kindly put it up, Fabian Marchand. Serving for the first set against Manarino, of course, veteran Manarino, number 22 seed. And I have at the moment Bonzi Eubanks going with serve in the fourth set. My camera's just done a wee flip. Going with serve in the fourth set. Is that fixed it? Nope. Live broadcast and streaming. There we go. Fixed it. So Benjamin Bonzi now 2-1 up. You can see on your. That's still not good. Sorry about this, guys. I'll just fix this now. Right, so Terry, did he not have a night match in match one? Oh, you're saying give it. Right, okay. I've got you. So Terry, not a fan of Novak. So on the Eubanks Bonzi match, of course, Christopher Eubanks had a really good grass court season, losing out to Medvedev in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. Going to say Eubanks has now got the trainer out, the physio. I don't know if it's the conditions cramping. Of course, the hot, humid conditions will induce cramping to these athletes a little bit more. So plenty of fluids been taken. Have we got Team Shelton yet? Let me just... Well, Novak's still on court, so not as yet. Okay. So I'll stick with the Bonzi Eubanks at the moment. 2 seconds. Yeah, Bonzi Eubanks I have at the moment. I'll kind of talk you through this. Christopher Eubanks has just had the trainer out. I don't know if it's the hot, humid conditions in terms of cramping. He has just served a serve and a +1 down the tee, down the line. Decent from Eubanks. Of course, I mentioned a minute ago he's had a really good grass court season. Matthew, I agree with you. There's no basically. I think there's no either no court sound or no commentary. But yeah, Christopher Eubanks. Not too sure what is the problem. It doesn't seem to be affecting him as he puts away Bonzi 30 love. Again, with Chris Eubanks, you get the powerful strokes. I think, did he not finish Wimbledon with the most winners? Something crazy like 371, the most winners at a tournament ever. And remember, he got knocked out in the quarter final. So yeah, powerful ground strokes from Chris Eubanks. I think he's been looking forward to this event all year, but he is in danger of going out. Who did I have? I had Tommy Paul. I think Tommy Paul, he was one of them. I would need to look at the draw again, John. But out of the quarters, I had, of course, Alcaraz, Djokovic, I had Tommy Paul. I thought Casper Ruud would get there. You've got me. You've got me. I think Zverev. I think oh no, did I say? I would need to look at them again to kind of reaffirm it. I'll have a look now and let you know. As I do that, Lehechka. I like Lehechka. I've got to agree with Jack there. We'll speak about Lehechka when Jack comes on the stream. I've got to say, I find it hard to disagree with Jack on that one. I do like Lehechka, so we'll just wait and watch this space. But yeah, I do rate him. I think he can go places, this guy. So let me just wait and see. I'm just trying to find out the draws. John's put me on the spot a little bit. Did he? Is Lehechka out? Oh, well, there you go. Jesus, right. Okay, you're right. That's my bad. That shows you how much I've not been keeping up with the US Open. I just, life has got in the way. So I feel slightly foolish. Hopefully that's not going to be on any kind of end of year bloopers. So Lehechka's out. So me and Jack can wallow in our poor. Got to say, that's a bit of a shock to me. I mean, I thought Lehechka had been playing well, got to the final of Winston-Salem. He's had some matches under his belt. So yeah, fair play. As Lankarat said, you can never, no matter what match, unless it's against, suppose, Djokovic, but you can never really say that he's not going to be in the tie, I suppose. So yeah, let's forget this. Flu is going around, certainly here in the UK. So I know that my 7-year-old has been struggling with a bit of a cold. So can you tell I'm trying to pad to try and get off the topic of Jiří Lehečka. Anyway, so let's back to the tennis, shall we? Back to the tennis that's actually happening. Bonzi Eubanks 2-2 in the fourth set. Let's see if we've got any court time of team yet. We have ads in the UK. So, guys, I'll ask you. I'll put it out there. Then there's a good few of you now currently on the stream listening in. Let's talk some tennis. So, what's been your favourite match that you've watched so far? Then, what's been your favourite match? Doesn't have to be, I don't know, the best quality. There might have been some antics from one player or the other. But what's been your favourite match to watch so far at the US Open? One that you kind of came away and went, that was a darn good watch. Maybe your favourite player won. Maybe your favourite player lost, but you applaud the pluckiness of their opponent. What's been your favourite match of the event so far? Let us know while we wait for Shelton. Coco Laura Siegmund. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I missed it, but I caught up it the next day. I saw, actually saw the video that was going about of Siegmund, getting quite upset. I did also see not a lot of sympathy because of some of the slow play antics, I suppose, that she was doing at the time. So yeah, let me know on the Siegmund fallout. Are you one who sympathises, or do you think no sympathy because of the 35-year-old's antics against Coco Gauff in round one? Apologies. I'm hoping that the Shelton Dominic team stream will be coming on fairly shortly. And while I do that, Alexandrova, Leila Fernandez, that was good as well. Where is Leila Fernandez in her tennis career now? 2 years ago, reaching the final, famously losing to Emma Raducanu. Her career hasn't really kicked on from that moment. And where is Leila Fernandez in her career now? Can she mix it with the best? Has her time been and gone? And she's still very young. But I just wonder, tennis fans can be harsh, can be fickle, and she hasn't really won. She hasn't really progressed like she may have wanted to or wished to come 2 years ago. So let us know, Leila Fernandez, where is she in her career? I'm just right. I've now got the men's singles quarters up. So Sinner Alcaraz. I said Tommy Paul, Casper Ruud. Djokovic, I had. Who did I have Djokovic? Because it's pretty wild out there. I think I had Taylor Fritz for Djokovic. Taylor Fritz, I think I had a Novak. And for the Medvedev one, let me find it. Definitely didn't have Medvedev for any Medvedev. I do, I think it is a big call with Casper Ruud, but I'm a wee bit of a Casper Ruud fanboy. I think not a fan. No, that's too far. I just like him. I think he's talented, and I think he gets a lot of slack. So I hope he comes out here. He does like New York, and so go Casper, go Casper, go Casper, go. Medvedev's one. Did I go De Minaur? No, I went Sebastian Baez. Sebastian Baez and Rublev, I think I'd said. I can't quite remember now, but we'll go with Rublev and Baez. But now I'm Tommy Paul, Casper Ruud. Yeah, no, I went for Tommy Paul, Casper Ruud, 100%. Okay, so we're just looking back on the Djokovic-Zapata Miralles now, and I think we're still sticking with the so. Sorry about that, guys. Right. Okay, I'm going to have to go with Eubanks here. The issue I've got at the moment is I have to go with what Sky give me, and I was hoping they would give me Thiem and Dominic Thiem versus Ben Shelton. They haven't, so I'm going to stick with Bonzi Eubanks at the moment, and hopefully Jack can then take you on to. I mean, Dominic Thiem Shelton, I'm sure is going to go quite long. So let's say I'm just going to try one other channel that they were showing Andy Murray last night on Sky Showcase. So I'm going to see if they'll be showing it on this tonight. No, they're not. They've chucked that idea. So let's just stick with Bonzi versus Eubanks. It's a fairly decent match. They're into a fourth set. And Christopher Eubanks, can he do anything at this event? Had a good run at Wimbledon, hasn't done much there ever since. Can Eubanks do anything in this event? If he can come through this, big ask right now. He's trailing 15-30 in game 6. He is 2-3 down, 3-2 to Benjamin Bonzi. Bonzi just rattles one into the net. And he did. Yeah, you're right, Monfils, who has been turning back the clock a little bit in recent weeks, and surprising quite a few people. Let alone Alexander Bublik. Did you hear his supposed translated comments while playing Dominic Thiem? Pretty shocking about the rejuving of certain players' careers. As Eubank gets the line with a +1, he was in the middle of the court. It was an inside-out forehand, trying to get Bonzi on the run, and he seemed to catch the line to lead. at 40-30. So he's turned this game around. It looks like he has game point to level it up, but you fear now, one mistake from Eubanks and he could be facing an early exit from this event. An event I'm sure he was desperate to do well at, considering the Wimbledon and Mallorca title he had at Mallorca and the Wimbledon run to the quarterfinals. So Eubanks serves. Bonzi block return on the second serve. Eubanks, it looked long, staying in, no call yet. The players still rally, and Benjamin Bonzi goes into the net. But a couple of these team shouting points have been a lot of fun. Thank you, John. This is why I think I'll need to basically sign up to Sky for the longer term. Tomorrow I'll only get the basic channels that they give you right now. And hopefully they have... Right, so what am I looking for? Sky Sports Action. Nope, Sky Sports Action. It looks to me as if Sky Sports, they'll be changing it soon because I've now got Bonzi and Eubanks on 2 different Sky channels. So anyway, this is my desperation. Oh, I know. Actually, let me try something else. Sorry, this is amateur hour, but I have other ways to try and find it. Let's see, favourites. No, that's not going to work. Right, so Benjamin Bonzi and Eubanks, how are they getting on? Eubanks has managed to level up the 4-set 3-all. He's just hanging in there. But as I say, we're now at the stage of the match. He's 2-1 down. One mistake, and he could be saying bye-bye. The Dominic Stricker, the Sky at the moment are showing Dominic Stricker's victory. Probably is that a shot, guys? Given Tsitsipas' record in New York, James mentioned, he pretty much shuts down post clay court, post French. So as the loss to Dominic Stricker, who's a very well thought of, talented player on the tour, is that as big a shock as people will make? Where does Tsitsipas go from here? What type of career is he going to have now? He just doesn't look to be, certainly the last 2 Grand Slams of the year. Traditionally, he has liked Australia. He has liked the French, but what happens now in terms of Stefanos Tsitsipas? John, there is this. Who's distance in this? Oh, he got a bagel today. John recorded a bagel today. Well done, John. You can talk us through this. Was this poor from the opponent, or was this just some strong forehands from the Silkster? Let us know how that match went. Bonzi Bonzi and Eubanks. I'm just trying again to see if I could. I'm persistent. I'm having one last attempt at finding this team Shelton match, but doesn't look like Sky's playing ball with me right now. So I will stick. Finally, I will cut my losses and stick to Eubanks Bonzi. So 4-3 Benjamin Bonzi. Christopher Eubanks will serve to stay in touch with Benjamin Bonzi. I mentioned one mistake would happen. Well, you didn't get broken all match. It's fair play, John. You only conceded 2 games all match, mate. So were you serving well? Were you returning even better? Let us know, John. Let us know, because there's many of us, Ghost and I especially, who like to stay at the top of John's tennis results. I was actually out in the golf course at the weekend. Rubbish, so bad. I've played I think twice in 12 months. And golf is one of these sports that if you don't play a lot, you don't get much better. I think I'll stick to my football and my tennis. Christopher Eubanks, thoughts on this guy? My handicap, well, okay, this is how players always say. I used to, about 10 years ago, be down to 12. And then I basically didn't play golf for about 7 years. And I've came back and just never recaptured the glory days. So yeah. Golf can come back to me when I'm maybe a little bit older. I think that's my plan now, because I was just getting really annoyed at how I was playing on Sunday, and yeah, not for me right now. Okay, so a weak forehand from Christopher Eubanks. It was a second serve. He went out wide with it. Bonzi had read it, but he played it short. No pace on it at all. And Eubanks, I think he is struggling with something. He's leaning back on the backboarding of the court beside the clock. He just had a wee kind of bounce off it. You get the feeling that there is something going on in the background. But he puts away a nice backhand volley there, nicely controlled, coming into the net early. How are Thiem and Shelton getting on? I can see it's 2-1 Dominic Thiem. Shelton serving at 30 love. Yes, so I won't try again, or will I try again to see if I can find this match? I mean, that was the one that I was brought in to do. Sky Sports now showing Coco Gauff being interviewed. So yeah, right. It's just not happening. For my next stream, I will have Sky ready. So of course Jack will join later on. He will be taking us through. Hopefully he'll have the stream for Shelton, unlike me. And of course, then you've have John and Damien taking you through the night or through the day, depending on where you are. But yeah, so just having a quick glance at this. 66. Just checking one of the football scores from Eindhoven, just to see what the score is for a Glasgow side playing in it. Actually getting beaten at the moment. So Bonzi, Eubanks has game point here. To make it 4-4. Karatsev is a big match baller. I agree. As I said, I looked at the Lehechka tie before. I think I said to Damien on Sunday, it was a tricky tie for Lehechka, but I just liked the cut of that guy's jib. But Karatsev, you can never kind of go into a match against Karatsev. He can turn up. He can turn up. I think he's proved that. Over the last 12 months, he'll go disappearing for most of it, and then one week have, a pretty strong week. So it's just the Karatsev way, isn't it? Where was that? What event was that he had another run? It was the first kind of run that he'd had, I think, to the semi-finals. It might have been Rome or Madrid or Monte Carlo. I always, I get those three all mixed up because they're so close together on the Red Ash. Oh no, because he played Jan-Lennart Struff in a final, or did he? Yeah, or a semi-final. A semi-final, and then Struff played Alcaraz and then got beaten off Alcaraz in the final. Anyway, Karatsev, can turn up at any week. Lehechka made a boo-boo there, and saying that I think he could go deep and he was already out the event. But we're all human. And I'm big enough to own up to my mistakes. So we're on serve. Eubanks had love 15. Really needs this. It's do or die for him in this fourth set. And he'd love to serve for it rather than being dragged into the uncertainty of the sudden death of a tiebreaker. But he then puts a return into the net. Bonzi now serving, gets a first serve in, return placed at the feet. And he just goes long with that, Eubanks, and he's getting frustrated, hanging his head with his racket on top. Does look to be like hobbling a little bit, but I don't watch Chris Eubanks enough to know if that's just the kind of way he walks. Of course, Andy Murray famously, he always looks as if he's injured, doesn't he? But, it's just the Andy Murray walk. Does Chris Eubanks have that similar? Okay, Madrid, thank you, Ghost. Thank you, Ghost. The knowledge is up there. It's just, placing the tournament, placing the event. So I appreciate the backup, Ghost. 40-15 to Benjamin Bonzi. A little bit of Eubanks is looking a little bit despairing at the moment in this one. Looking down the ground, looking as if he's really wondering what to do, how to pick his game up. Is he fearful of his fitness? It's Benjamin Bonzi, as you can see by your screen, takes that one 5-4. Another netball by Chris Eubanks, and Bonzi is a game away from reaching the men's singles draw third round. Although Eubanks will serve to stay in the match, so the ball will be on his racket. Any other match through the night you're looking for? It? What's the big ones, guys? Ghost, let us know what are you gonna watch through the night. Is there anything in particular you're looking forward to? What have we still got coming up tonight? Schedule, okay. TFO Offner, I think that'll be good. I think that'll be tasty. I think TFO will come through that. Runzag, okay, fair enough. I think that'll be tasty. I think that'll be a tasty one. And by the way, I know I mentioned Casper Ruud earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if he lost out there. Jing, who else we got? Rybakina Tomjanovic. I think Rybakina should come through that. Taylor Fritz, Juan Pablo Miralles. Some decent matches through the night. Did you agree that Arthur Ashe last night was, the worst ticket in town? I think they got 6-1-6-1-6 love with Medvedev. I think basically the point was that there was no match on Arthur Ashe that was very competitive, and it was possibly the worst grandstand or main stand ticket in tennis history. They're debatable, but I wonder your thoughts on that. Wozniacki Kvitova it is, Petra Kvitova. That's it. 2 a.m. my time, or not before. That'll come after the TFO Offner match. So, good to see that as the final match of the night, I suppose. Eubanks 30 love up on in his service game. Hello, Peaches. How are we doing? I want to see. I'm getting interested in Jakub Menchik. Ghost, if you were watching on Sunday night, Damien made him the Jakub Bobro Player of the Week for actually qualifying, and he's been keeping that run going, hasn't he? Really good story. And so there we go. Brilliant timing, John. I like that. Thank you. Jakub Menchik. Keep an eye on him. Damien speaks very, very highly of the young Czech player. Eubanks 40 love up, 6 serve in, +1 into the net. So there we go. This is what I'm talking about. Of course, there was the retirement from Dominic Kopfer in the Alcaraz match. We had Medvedev, doing a 3-setter in an hour and 14 minutes. I think you can see Pegula fairly straightforward, an hour and 22 minutes. And then with the Alcaraz match, I can't quite remember who was on the previous one. It wasn't Goff. Okay, Eubanks is now talking to the umpire about something. It looks might be about his opponent. Quite interesting here. He's not looking happy at all. Hello, Jack.
Hi, Tom.
How are we doing, my friend?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Tom. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm plodding along. I've not managed to see too much, actually. I was saying to the guys I was with on the James earlier, it's been a struggle, in terms of my US Open watching experience. I've just been having to catch up the next day. We're having young kids and work. But yeah, I've just been catching up on all the stories throughout the day, and yeah, I managed to watch Andy, of course, last night. Watched the team's first match in the first round. Can't get the stream. Please tell me. I've been struggling to work Sky Sports, so I can only get 2 Sky Sports channels at the moment.
I'm done with Sky Sports, Tom. I've already patched it. I've found my new source of streaming is Bet365, which you don't
so
have.
So Bet365 got the tennis on it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to put a bet on to watch the streams, so just sign up for it.
You are a light. Well, I'm a gambler, so I've got Bet365, I've got Sky Bet, I've got them all. So
Bet365, I can hardly endorse gambling on the.
Of course not. Right? We're responsible. We're responsible in this channel. So Ghost, as always, talking. I haven't seen the video of us talking Scottish yet, Jack. I'll need to go and try and watch that. Have you seen this?
There was a clip on one of the Talking Tennis videos at one point. It's quite brief. That might be what you're talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. As I say, I'll need to watch it. I got sent the link, but somebody had said, look at them two talking Scottish, and I wasn't too sure. So what's been happening? What have you been keeping up to date with? Yeah, tell us about your US Open so far before I let you get on.
Yeah, it's actually been quite. It's not been super extensive. It's kind of similar to you, Tom. I've caught bits and pieces. I really got stuck in properly yesterday. Got to see Andy's match, which was that was great. It was a classic. I absolutely loved it. I actually really liked Muti after that. I know he was a bit of a bampot, and he was, he was like trying to fight people and stuff, and he was screaming. But actually, there's vibes of Andy about him. He's got a lot of variety, and he's always muttering to himself, talking to the team and stuff. But
see over the VAR check. See the VAR check. Was he talking to Andy's team?
Who's that? Sorry, who?
See, the VAR check when they were checking the replay. I was like, who's he mouthing to? Because I worked it out that I'm sure Andy's team is over that side of the net. So is he talking to Andy's team? Like this has been a while.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know. It didn't look like it. I think he was just talking to the crowd. To be honest, there was a lot of that going on. He was high-fiving the crowd and stuff. And he's fascinating because he normally plays a two-hander. He was playing a one-hander like he was Stan Wawrinka the whole match. It was coming up with one-handed passes and stuff. It was great to watch.
I think that's been a change since some wrist surgery at the end of January. He's somehow changed. I can't think of many players in their careers who would have changed from a double-handed backhand to a single-handed. Have you?
No, not at all. No, I expect him fully to change back again, but he's just got so much feel and variety. I wasn't surprised when he did bring it out. He didn't even bring it out until the second set. He was slicing everything. So cool, really cool match. Really enjoyed it. One for the tennis purist.
I was going to ask then, I assume that then there's John pulled up us two muttering away. I hope I'm not wearing, oh God, I'm wearing the same t-shirt and that one is, I'm going to look like I've got no clothes. What I was going to say, before I rush off, I was going to ask you what's been your favourite match so far, off the actual event, but are you sticking with Andy and Muti then?
Definitely, yep, definitely.
And my question to James was, and he thought this was a good tune. In terms of Runa going out, probably not a shock. Caroline Garcia, probably not a shock. Felix going out, not a shock. Has there for you been any kind of real shocks where you were like, whoa, didn't see that one coming over the first couple of days?
Yeah, good question. I'd need to just take another look because nothing really so far has kind of made me think, wow. I think the big, even Krejcikova, I kind of thought she's not been in the greatest form. Maybe Krejcikova just actually going out, though. I thought she'd win a couple of rounds at least before going out. Maybe Krejcikova, Tom. But honestly, nothing's really struck me yet, to be honest.
No,
not yet.
And you might have seen John referencing Lehechka. So I did the Sunday show with Damien, and I was talking about Lehechka, and I really like Lehechka. And then John had put up, I think. Somebody saying about Lehechka. Well, they called you Jack Nostradamus Lehechka because Lehechka's called for the quarterfinals. So I'm sitting there defending you. I'm going
semi-finals. Yeah.
Well, I'm sitting here, Jack, defending you, going like that. Well, listen, I'm not going to disagree with Jack. I really like Lehechka. I think he can go far in this event. And then that just shows you how much I've not been coming up to. John reminds me, mate, he's already out. He got beat off Karatsev, and I'm like, oh. Right, back in my box. So yeah, felt like slightly foolish by backing you up there, Jack, when he'd already been exited the event. But listen, I'm going to let you go. I need to shoot. But listen, let's catch up again. It's been a brief but beautiful. Enjoy the evening's events. All right.
Right, Tom. I'll catch you soon.
See you later, Ghost, John, everyone, Max. See you later.
See everybody soon. Right, John, you can keep me right here. If my connection goes a bit funny again, just give me a shout. I think it was mine, not 100% sure, but I just went out for a second there. If it does persist, just give me a thumbs up and I can kind of change position, hopefully find a room that's a little bit better connected. Right, where to get stuck in? Let's see what's on. Let's just address a few of the comments first. Just saw from Ghost there, because I did forget about that actually. 100% worth watching Moshe and Dimitrov back, at least the kind of pressure moments in the fifth set. If you haven't seen them, that was great to watch. The tiebreak was phenomenal. Dimitrov was actually really good, worryingly. Hopefully lost a little bit of energy from that one, as he's slated to play Andy in the second round, of course. So fingers crossed he doesn't bring the same level, because he's up and down. Dimitrov nowadays, he was up and down through that match. I actually am mega worried about it, but I still think, obviously, Dimitrov can peak. It's a little scary. I still fancy Andy's chances at the same time. I'll get a match on in the background. I can see there's quite a few going on at the moment. I think just because Bonzi Eubanks is in such a pressure moment, I'll tune into that just to see what's going on in the tiebreak. Because at the moment, they're in a 4-set tiebreak. Of course, if Bonzi wins, he wins the match. At the same time, though, how many people had Eubanks going far? That's one that I was thinking, okay, he's made some improvements. Okay, Eubanks, so many matches won at Wimbledon and Mallorca, but really, I mean, a lot of that was down to the grass. He really was using his serve as the weapon it should be on the grass, trusting in it in the pressure moments. It takes very little for that to become, a couple more breaks of serve in a match, and all of a sudden he's not winning those matches. So I didn't fancy his chances that much. Though Bonzi beating him, I did not call that. I didn't think Benjamin Bonzi was getting that far this tournament. He's been off with an injury for quite a lot of the season. Obviously, when he's playing his best tennis, he's definitely top 50. So, but yeah, he seems to be back to close to his best. Yeah, let's pay attention to a few of the scores. We'll wait till that Eubanks-Bonzi match gets really spicy, and then we'll get stuck in a bit. If I was going to choose a match to watch, to be honest, it would be Team Shelton. Of course it would. Everybody and their dogs wants to see Team do well there. I think he was up a break, actually, and now, yeah, it looks as though Shelton got the break back, unfortunately. Obviously not showing my bias, but, I mean, how many of us aren't supporting Team in that one? Fingers crossed for him. Shelton will have his time, but I think Team would love another deep run at a Grand Slam for the first time in ages. Of course, winning his first match yesterday at a Grand Slam since the Australian Open in 2021. So that's 2.5 years. So it would be great to see him get another one. Let's just stick with this, actually, because 15-30 and a break of Shelton's serve, obviously a rarity in his matches. So it would be good to see what you can do here, Team. Locked in a pretty lengthy rally. Shelton comes up with a goods, though, with a great forehand down the line. So it's not going to happen quite now, probably with 30-all. Let's take a little look around the ground, shall we? Let's just see who we've got playing at the moment, what the scores are as we wait for Nick to fly in. Manarino, Miralles, a set piece, nothing too surprising there. Karatsev gets the job done against RCB. Carballes-Baena, who was able to defeat Holger Runa, albeit probably Runa defeating himself in a lot of ways there. No slighting Carballes-Baena. He's actually improved a lot of aspects of his game and came quite close against Karatsev there. But Karatsev getting the job done. Another Australian Open 2021 maybe en route. Or was it 2020? No, it was 2021. Borna, he's got through to the third round. For all the Lehechka semi-final picks that I come up with, Borna fourth round, and Dominic Stricker fourth round as well. Let's see if they can make it. Obviously, he was able to beat Tsitsipas earlier. Stricker, one of the best wins of his career. I think everybody who's watched Stricker was aware that a win like this could happen. And against Tsitsipas at the US Open, it's not really that surprising, to be honest. Got a lot of question from Max there. I've asked this question before. Would you get nitpicky of Iga playing in Louis Armstrong Stadium, but not in Arthur Ashe? I don't really care where the players play, to be quite honest. I've never really been that bothered. A lot of the time, there's reasoning behind, it's up to the organisers to pick which players are going to bring the biggest crowds. It's nothing personal, and the players, I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. I think, what it was, a talking tennis they're saying, or John saying long lawn. Is that you making the comparison there between Chatry and long lawn? Again, I don't mind that much, to be honest, but that's personal preference. I know a lot of people, it's quite important. I'm going to have to go off mute now because Nick is here. How are we doing, Nick?
I am doing very well. I heard that you were flying solo. I thought I got time before I go to sleep, and I figured you might be watching Thiem and Shelton, or if not, I'm quite happy to watch that match with you guys. So,
well, that's the question, Nick. Do you want to tune into Team Shelton, or should we watch? Let's watch the end of Eubanks, right? Because
I'm watching Team Shelton. I probably could watch the end of Eubanks, but I've got Team Shelton on.
Oh, come over to Eubanks and Bonzi. Come on, it's a 4-set tiebreak, Nick. I'll pull you over. Come on, unless you're unless you're determined to stick there.
Is it? Oh gosh, yeah, it's tight, isn't it?
It's very tight. Yeah, it's 5-4.
I think, yes. Tell us what's going with Fonzie Eubanks. I think, there's no harm in having two different matches on and
spread the talent. That's a good call, I think.
Yeah.
At the moment, I've just seen Eubanks nail a backhand return inside out. Woof. That's a tough shot, obviously, for a one-hander. And it's enough to give him a wee mini break in this 4-set tie break. So he might have a bit of life left in him yet.
Judging by his heroics at Wimbledon, I'm not surprised. Are you? How many times did he come back?
I was literally just saying I am expecting him to go out quite early, actually, Nick. But we'll see. I kind of thought the grass makes a big difference for a server like Eubanks, despite the fact he didn't like it. I think there was a lot of movement problems and stuff. But once he got that solved, I don't know, a big server like that, of course he can get run like that. I just think the US Open, you give your opponent a few more chances. It just seems unlikely to me, especially in these conditions. He has just missed one of the easiest volleys I've seen of the tournament and is now giving Bonzi a match point, 6-5.
Oh, no.
Head and hands for the coaching team. It was literally head and hands for the coaching team.
Isabel's not going to like this.
No, I saw that, yeah. She's putting a lot of interest in Eubanks unfairly, I think. He obviously saw a lot of her comments and felt the pressure of expectation and now up against it. Maybe he can save this match point. I'll tell you, Nick, right now what's happening. Bonzi with a first serve to the Eubanks forehand. Eubanks finds the return, though. He's got a forehand to work with. It's enough to force an error. We go to 6-0.
There we go. I'm not necessarily talking about Eubanks' heroics in terms of, grass, but I think he came back from behind against Norrie. He came back from behind against Tsitsipas. He almost did against Medvedev. No, he was up against Medvedev, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah, it was.
But yeah, coming back from against Norrie and Tsitsipas. Yes, it had a lot to do with the grass suiting him, but also he's a real fighter. He could very well have lost both those matches, especially the Tsitsipas one.
Yeah, credit to him. I mean, the attitude, obviously, everything he's talked about, not putting too much pressure on himself in the sport and just fighting every point. He really does. Obviously, he's changed a lot of that mentality, which is making a big difference. But obviously, even watching this tiebreak, there's nowhere near as 3 points as I've seen at Wimbledon. And he's just sprayed a forehand inside out that he really should have made. Unfortunately, that means another match point for Bonzi. Eubanks really up against it here.
Yeah, tough times for Eubanks and his fans. I have a question, but I'll probably ask you that after this point.
Cool. Cool. Well, I'll tell you right now what's going on. Eubanks finishing a pensive look at the coaching team there. Stepping up to the line now, though. Can he make the first serve? Boomski, that's a big serve. That was lovely. Big serve out wide forces the error next, so 7-0.
Only in the way Eubanks can. I mean, how often has that serve dug him out of trouble?
That's what I was saying about the biggest difference being he's been able to use that serve as a weapon in the biggest points he's been playing, particularly at Wimbledon. And that just comes down to a confidence thing a lot of the time. But again, it's a lot more humid in the US Open. You don't get as many free points. Oh, serving volley, fluffed, volley into the net. A third match point for Bonzi. It's tough.
It's a tough chance. I mean, at this point, if Bonzi doesn't get this, that's going to be frustrating for the Frenchman.
Here we go. I'll talk you through this one. Giving myself more Wi-Fi by opening the door. That's how it works, right?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Bonzi nails a serve down the tee. Oh, sorry, he missed it.
Oh, I was going to say I have mine right next to the router, so if I open the door, it's going to be weird. Oh, Jack's frozen in a very interesting face there. Has to be said, that's going to get screenshotted. Yeah, it appears that opening the door has made the Wi-Fi worse. So we'll have to find out what happens in Eubanks versus Bonzi separately, because I'm not watching Eubanks. I'm watching Thiem and Shelton, which at the minute is actually pretty entertaining. So although Eubanks Bonzi is exciting, there's been some fantastic athletic rallies going on between Thiem and Shelton. Shelton's got another break point. I know you all really want to know what's happening in the Bonzi Eubanks match. Well, I can tell you, because Jack has disappeared, that unfortunately, if you're a Eubanks fan, he did not save that third match point, and Benjamin Bonzi is through 7-6, 2-6, 6-2, 7-6. Great drop shot from Dominic Thiem to save another break point and take it back to deuce. I'm probably a little bit behind the live score, so it may well be that I'm a little bit behind the rest of you as well. Standard Nick. What's going on around the grounds, by the way? Other matches going on. Aslan Karatsev through in 4 sets. Little bit of resurgence going on, maybe. Cerundolo's forging a fight back against Hiris Vesely. Got the third. Was 2 sets left down. Got the third. It's a double break up in the fourth. Also, 2 of Elena's. Hi, Elena. I know you're in the chat. Elena's match picks for ones to watch are happening right now. Manarino against Marochan is a set all. And Azarenka and Zhu is currently early in the second set. Zhu having taken the first 6-3. Elena, if you didn't already know, has a habit of picking some absolutely barnstorming matches, because what was the one that she went for? And I was like, oh, that's not going to be that entertaining. And I was completely wrong. Team holds. Well done, John. What was the match that I was like, I was like, oh, that's going to be a good one. And I remember Elena was watching it, and then it turned out to be an absolute barnstorm. It might have been Dimitrov Molchan, actually. I'll have to double check that. But yeah, current change of ends. Team has saved multiple break points and is through. Hi, did you at least see the end of that match?
No, I didn't.
No.
My connection just went away immediately as I got to the match point. I take it he converted that one immediately.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes. I didn't see it. I was watching Team Shelton, which has been having some absolutely brilliant rallies, and Team saving multiple break points before he finally held.
Oh, okay. So he did hold though. 5-4.
Yeah, 5-4. Yeah, so Shelton is serving to stay in the first set. I believe it was a breakdown in the opening set as well. So yeah, you're probably, if you want to switch over, go for it, because you're probably going to be ahead of me. So you'll probably be much more on the pulse. Apparently, one of the Talking Tennis communities at the in the stadium as well, watching Shelton versus Thiem. And I have to say,
Oh, who?
Peaches.
Peaches. Okay, Peaches. Nice. What's going on?
Well, Ghost is reporting this, but it was Fies Griekspoor, that was it. Elena predicted Fies Griekspoor would be a decent match, and five sets.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw a lot of potential in that one. I actually think I had Griekspoor getting through. I did think Griekspoor would get the job done, but
I was saying that Elena has a habit of picking some low-key good matches. So the one that she said to keep an eye on would be Manarino Marochan, which so far is a set all.
It's not my pick of the litter, I would say. It might still.
Oh, not the best match of the day, but sort of one to keep an eye on in case it gets good.
Yeah, fair. Manarino's got a habit of taking stuff the distance. I cannot ever forget that Karatsev-Manarino match at the Australian Open that went on 4.5 hours, and it was 4 sets. It was madness.
Karatsev, by the way, also through.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, that's a big deal. Karatsev, as soon as he builds a bit of momentum, who knows?
Yeah.
Here's one for you, Nick. Since I gave John my Lehechka semi-final pick the other day, in the betting world, obviously bets, because I put £1 on Balash the other day, but he's never going to win. But you see good odds, you go for good odds. So I'm not necessarily saying this is going to happen, but I really like the sound of a Victoria Azarenka v Jessica Pegula final. So that is £2 on Pegula Azarenka in the final. That's my big pick.
What's the odds?
200 to 1.
You know what? That's a decent payday. And, I wouldn't say that was that crazy. We know Azarenka's got a history with the US Open. We know Pegula's looking pretty good at the minute. I wouldn't say that was that crazy. That's a decent bet. Although you're going to have to hope that Azarenka fights back from a set down.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, she's a set down to
That wasn't
Zhu.
particularly well timed, was it? Nah, she'll be fine.
She's hot. It's with serve in the second, 2-1 to Zhu. But yeah, 6-3 first set.
Yeah, that's rough. She has had the odd bad match. But I mean, semi-finals in Australia and then 2 points away from the quarters in Wimbledon. She's just quite good at the slams,
She is.
So, yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's definitely fighter backable. Don't scare Jack like that.
The other one I had was a Pegula golf final, actually, at 28 to 1, which is obviously still okay odds, but yeah, that's much more likely to happen, of course.
You've gone for Pegula to win the title, right?
I have, yeah. Fancy her chances. I really do. I think the quarterfinal myth is a myth. I really don't think she had a problem when she gets to that stage. She just used to not be able to raise her level. And the stuff we're seeing from her, she's fit. Well, I'm talking about Iga, really. She's found a way to play Iga in particular. So if that turns into a final, she's actually got a chance.
Set point for Dominic Thiem on the Shelton serve.
Oh, let's watch it. Let's get it up.
Okay, if you have not got it up yet, I will talk you through it. I'm a little bit behind the rest of the world, but we'll give it a go. Shelton serves out wide, misses the first serve. Thiem blows on his fingers. Shelton takes his time before he takes the second serve. Here we go. Yeah. Out wide, backhand, long from Thiem.
Yeah,
block backhand, not correct there.
I'm maybe 2 points ahead, actually, Nick.
2 points? How?
Yeah. I'm advantage Shelton at the moment.
I will see if I can fix the stream.
Big serve out wide, holds 5-0.
Yeah. No, I seem to. Well, look, the old tablet Chromecast combos let me down before. It's now TV clearly is not the easiest thing to stream.
Just unmuted my.
Oh well.
Play there. There we go.
Yeah. No, I can't make it more live than it is. So.
I'm loving this Buller Boy rivalry that John has. There's a head-to-head going on, right? He's taken a few wins off you, is he not? Or did he get his first? I think 2 now, maybe, from what I've seen. Okay, so but loving 2. Is he a bit of a ball smacker, basically? Does he just go for everything? And I'm guessing maybe John's the steady Eddie. With a scoreline like that, it's got to be non-risky shots, surely. You wouldn't moonball him, would you, John? Hard to tell from that reaction. I can't tell. I'm not sure how the matchup goes. We need to get a film of it. Oh my God, though. Zoo, love 40 up against Azarenka's serve at the moment. Not looking good for my £400 return.
No, I mean Terry said, reminding us that Azarenka and Zhu went 3 sets at the Australian Open, and that's one of the reasons why this match was also one of Elena's picks to watch.
Yeah, good point. I mean, who was that? Was that Terry or it was Terry? Yeah, Terry doing.
Yeah, Terry reminded us about the match, but obviously Elena also mentioned it being a decent one.
Well, Elena and Terry doing the hard work for us there. I totally forgot they played at the Australian Open. It was meant to be Sakkari, right? And then Zhu beat Sakkari, I think. That does ring a bell now.
Yeah, because I think Azarenka came through that one in the end. And that was on her semi-final run.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Which, again, I'm just not underrating that. It's like, Azarenka making the semis at 33, I think, nowadays. People kind of write her off. They forget, though. She made, Grand Slam finals as recently as 3 years ago. Tough to totally write her off. But she has a breakdown set and a breakdown. Not looking great.
Right. I fixed the stream. I'm going to have to watch it on my tablet rather than casting it onto the TV. I think that does slow things down. I'm now at 5-all 30 love team who's serving. Shelton gets it back into play. Backhand from Shelton. Long. Right, Jack, I need to talk to you as the tennis expert. I haven't watched an awful lot of Ben Shelton.
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Right. Well, you're way more of an expert than I am. Maybe more of an expert than most of tennis Twitter. Someone Casper Ruud actually would probably respect.
That's nice. Maybe, yeah.
But, what is it about the Shelton return that everyone's going on about that's a problem for him?
Yeah, good question. Good question. I honestly couldn't say for sure without just conjecture. Nick, I've not taken enough of a look at it. But my guess would be he's got a pretty mental grip on the forehand. Most of the time, if you're young and you've got this big, massive serve and you've got all these extreme grips, probably you're quite easily rushable on the forehand side. But honestly, I don't know for sure, Nick. I'd probably need to watch it. A lot of the time, the backhands of these guys, there's barely any take back to Shelton's. It's just, sort of bunt it back into play, super flat. And he probably doesn't struggle as much on that side as the forehand. That would be my guess, but I am guessing. I don't know for sure.
Okay, well that would make sense to me. We can see if we can pick anything up from watching the match, but I've seen it being talked about. John knocking you as a sort of a 20+ YouTube channel guy, but let's face it, your podcast has got some great listeners, and you're actually a tennis coach, so that puts you up on a lot of people.
That's true, exactly. I coach 20+ people. That is enough to make you a professional, right? That's all you need.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll sign you up to coach the next up and coming Brit.
I see. Yeah, it was a backhanded compliment from John. There is what it was.
Those backhanded compliments can sting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Shelton's changed his shirt. He's stepping out to serve to stay in the first set. Again, came through did it earlier 4-5. Came through it with aplomb. Be interesting to see how he gets on. I'm absolutely loving this Louis Armstrong lineup, not just because I'm an eager fan, but the Mertens Collins match lived up to expectations as being a match between very good match between two quality players. Or it's a very dramatic match.
Yeah, I made the mistake of going pretty big on Collins there. I did think she would get that one, although she was close.
I thought she would as well.
She was close.
I thought she would as well. And Mertens saving match points for the second consecutive match.
Yeah. Second consecutive? I didn't know she saved them in the first.
She saved match points in round one as well. She's got Goff next.
Good. Well, I never say never, but she has this tendency to get to the third round, fourth round of slams consistently, and then consistently get knocked out in them as well.
Yeah.
So I think she is one of those solid players who brings you the same base level, but never really goes above it, basically.
And I think Goff's level is going to be higher than that. So yeah,
the Andreeva win, Nick. Oof. Bravo, so good. Seriously.
Unfortunately, that match was over by the time I got back from work.
Fair. So, if you've not seen it anyway, to be fair, it's a good matchup for Goff if she's playing without nerves, because she can out-defend one of the best up-and-coming defenders we've seen in a while. Definitely, the two of them prefer to play a bit more passively. And if Andreeva's forced to play aggressively, she's playing out of her comfort zone, and that's basically what happened. So it's a good matchup for Goff if she's played well, for sure.
Yeah, and I think I would expect Goff to come through that. And then I thought Saville actually put up a decent fight against Iga. Like she actually did pretty well at absorbing a lot of what Iga threw at her. The problem was her second serve was so attackable, and Iga still had enough pace to hit through her. So Iga was just a better player overall, but I was impressed by what Saville managed to do to keep it relatively close, to make it not 6-1-6 love.
Yeah, of course. I didn't actually get to catch much of it, but yeah, as with a lot of the women on the tour, the second serve just gets destroyed by Iga over and over again. Probably the biggest asset for me is Iga's second serve return. It's just insane. Always starts the point to an advantage. There's Shrihari giving us a little shout out in the comments there, Nick.
Hi Shrihari, nice to see you here. As always, my podcast partner. We're into a tie break now in Shelton versus Thiem, but basically my reason for going over these two matches was my long-winded way of saying, if I'd have got a Louis Armstrong day session ticket, I definitely would have been absolutely loving it.
Yeah, fair.
Great day out, great ticket to get today in tennis.
Better than yesterday, right, Nick, and on Arthur Ashe, anyway.
Oh yes, well the night session, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Who is day session?
Ooh.
Can't remember.
Yeah, Nick, sorry. As you find that out, let's just get stuck into this tiebreak.
Great drop shot from Ben Shelton.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was just about to say two really, really good points from Ben. He's particularly good at that serve and volley. Like he's bringing it back for sure. A lot of the younger players shied away from it, and him and Alcaraz, obviously Alcaraz first and foremost, but him and Alcaraz leading the way in that department for sure. I forgot how big Shelton's serve is, 137 miles an hour. It's insane. The amount of wrist snap these guys put on the serve. I don't just mean the ATP. I mean this like new generation. Like so many of them, it's just like the serve ends like there. Like you watch like Sampras, at least that's got a follow through, and it's one of the wrist snappiest ones ever. But Ben's literally like that, just like it's all wrist. So it's just like this insane, crazy movement that's probably going to give him an injury at some point, would be my guess. But
I was thinking exactly the same thing. Surely he's going to get himself injured. And if he gets some kind of wrist injury that involves some kind of reconstruction, that means he might have to retool his serve.
Potentially, yeah, potentially. But, if it works, it works. And sometimes these guys are athletic enough and genuinely lucky enough that they don't get injured by these things. So we'll see what happens. But I imagine he's played a lot of basketball as well, and that can help a lot with wrist strengthening compared to the kind of micro muscles he's used in tennis. And don't know, Nick. It's working for him anyway.
Yeah, he's already 3-love up in this tiebreak. 2 great service points. Team's battering in with a forehand though, and that's that's a great winner from Thiem to get his first point on the board in the tiebreak. He's not going away.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit ahead, Nick. Do you want to know the next point?
I can't be that much behind you.
I'll leave you to. I honestly think Bet365 are like, they've got their streams first and foremost. I think they've got the earliest stream. They've got every match. I don't know how to knock it really.
How are you watching on Bet365?
That's the resource to use. He's got a stream of every match. It's really useful.
I mean, how have they got those rights?
I don't know. Good question. Good question. I'm not questioning it. I feel like I'm missing something, but.
Well, look, I'm coming. Maybe I should pick that up. I'm coming to you from the home of Bet365. So.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, of course, Nick. You should be endorsing them then.
It would take a lot for me to endorse a betting company.
Yes, fair. Sorry, of course. We did mention that earlier. You go on to be Bet365. Don't place a bet. steal their streams, basically. I can't really say that either.
I'll endorse that.
Scrap everything I've said. Just go watch the matches.
Okay, I've got Ben Shelton sipping a bottle of water.
Yeah. I've just seen him put away a forehand as well, Nick. So we are at 6-1, I'm afraid. Oh, this is bad. It's not over yet. Still only too many breaks, of course, but looking bad for team. This all went pretty quickly, didn't it? And I think he's missed the serve and volley. He has. So Ben Shelton takes the first set on a tiebreak.
Yeah, I'm about 30 seconds behind.
Sorry to spoil it. The next 2 points aren't particularly exciting. You'll be pleased to know.
Oh, well. I don't mind. I'm still getting to watch it and watching it with a friend, which is better.
Yes, of course. A match shared, Nick, is better than a match not shared. Don't know how to put that thing. Where did I tune into now, Nick? What do you think? Shall I watch Azarenka Zoo? See what happens?
I mean, do you want to put yourself through a lot of stress, wondering whether your £200 are going to come through?
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think about it as £200 lost. I think about it as £2 lost. So it's not a particular.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not necessarily framing it as that either. I'm just saying, there was that payday. Well, look, Azarenka is serving at 2-5.
Yeah.
So, I mean, having said that, it's not. We've seen crazier comebacks.
We have.
It's only the one break.
It brings to mind Vekic at Wimbledon this year. That was quite a big. That was a big one.
Oh, I was a little disappointed Vekic lost in round 1. Actually, I was a little.
Yeah.
I was kind of rooting for it. I was kind of seeing as a low key 4th round opponent for Sabalenka, and
yeah.
Obviously didn't happen, but obviously Sasha Vickery did a great job. Excuse me.
I forgot. I actually forgot. So when you put up Jessica Pegula as my winners pick, I hadn't done it. So I hadn't done a draw review for on the line. I just and then you came up with Pegula, and I was like, when did I say that? So then I obviously realized all those picks that I made crazily in Tennis Live are public.
Oh,
so,
yes.
No secrets.
It's okay. Not many people saw those tweets. It was kind of more for the benefit of the people taking part.
Yeah.
But yeah. And look, you're not the only one going for Pegula either.
No, that's true.
It's not. It's a fairly even spread. It's going to be interesting getting to the latter stage of the tournament if Pegula's sitting with Swiatek, Sabalenka, Rybakina and Goff.
Seeing that in the comments there from John. I stumbled upon on YouTube. I stumbled upon a picture of myself, and it said, "Will Jack change his prediction?" I didn't know that was coming at all. And then I tuned into it just as I was saying. I eventually changed my mind. I kind of hummed and hawed about it, but I'm sticking with that. I do think he will win more than 10 slams. That's the betting. That's the safe bet. But I still stand by. I don't think it's going to be like 20. I think it'll be like 13, 14 maybe. I just think it's pretty crazy to say he'll get that kind of number.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, but I was the only one that John was willing to get on video saying it.
He's shaking his head. I was on video saying it as well. Don't worry.
Here's the thing, though. The assumption that Carlos Alcaraz is going to get 10 plus is on the assumption that he's gonna keep winning at least a slam a year for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right? I mean,
yeah, and given how young he is, mathematically possible, especially given his talent level. But look, even Rafa, Roger, and Novak went slamless for a season or two in their careers.
Yeah, exactly.
Before they were 30. They all had injury problems. Federer less so before he was 30, but
well, it is tough to say. Obviously, it depends. He's just too young. I keep saying that. Yeah. If he sticks as he is right now, this player with the weapons he does have, I would say I'd stick with the number I've got. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You might get better, you might not get better. It's kind of tough to say.
And look, with the rivalry he's already got with Yannick Sinner, who is only a year or two older, he's not exactly going away. Holger Rune is the same age. He's going to get better.
Yeah.
They're going to be fighting for slams. Who knows how Arthur Fils is kind of starting to put himself in the mix. Maybe. Don't want to get too ahead of myself, but he's the latest wonder kid.
I was particularly thinking Sinner in that case, Nick, because Sinner's such a good matchup against Alcaraz. I do genuinely think that could be a problem at a lot of slams.
Yes.
It was a problem last year. He almost got a slam taken away from him. I
think the reason why we haven't seen Sinner going further is he hasn't quite figured out Novak and Daniel yet. Oh, his team's wincing.
Team struggling physically. That's not good.
That's not what we need. We need a healthy Dominic team. Yeah, he's not moving. He's not moving.
Could this be a retirement?
Oh, good grief. That would be an anticlimax, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Is he retiring?
And I guess the consolation is if he does retire, it's only the second round. At least he's not. This is a shame though. It might be the heat. I don't know what else it would be.
Team is not playing. He's saying something, but I think the officials are coming out. It's like they're trying to talk him out of retiring.
Yeah, he vomited before Bublik's match. John reminding us.
There seems to be some kind of bug going around.
Yeah. Who else was it that was ill, of course?
Jabeur.
Yes, that was it. And Rusevori as well.
Yeah. Obviously affected him pretty badly. There's another one as well. Eubanks wasn't looking good. He asked for nausea tablets during his match.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah.
I know team is in a pretty dangerous situation, but I'm fascinated by this Azarenka Zoo game, so I am not changing over.
Go over to Azarenka Zoo. Let's give us some action. I'll let you know if anything happens on Armstrong.
Azarenka put together a series of amazing backhands to get to 15-all, at least in this game. So she is hanging on here. And I think, she's fluffed that return, so that's now 30-15. It's not looking good. Have you still got eyes on the team match at the moment?
Yeah, he's talking to the doctor. It looks like he's trying not to throw up. Yeah, he's talking to the doctor. I might, maybe I should turn the volume up, but yeah, they're just having a chat.
She's not made that. She has. Azarenka, come on. Okay, I'm getting excited now.
Never count out Azarenka. We've seen the heroics she's pulled off, not least against Serena Williams of all people.
She just pulled off one of the hardest shots in the book. That was beautiful. Inside out backhand.
Update. Go on.
30 all changes to 40-30, so it is match point on serve for you.
Okay, match point.
Yeah. Go on though, Nick. What were you saying?
No, I'm just going to give a score update across the grounds. So just we'll focus on Azarenka Zhu. John's keeping an ear out on what's happening with team. So we've got you all covered here on Talking Tennis.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted here. Misses the second serve, so it's a double fault and match point from Zhu.
Worst time.
Mute threw in one of those on set point yesterday against Murray.
John said he's retired. He's retired. It's official. Dominic Thiem has retired. 7-6, 1-love down. So that's a shame, but it's a real shame because that was a big opportunity for him.
It's not a wrist-related injury, I guess, is the big silver lining. It's just he's ill, right? So doesn't look bad for his future chances. So I would
No, it's still onwards and upwards for Dominic Thiem in his quest to return to something like the glory days.
Zhu sprays a backhand wide, so we're now at break point.
I am now watching that match. Although, having said that, you already told me it was going to happen. So,
yeah, I'll stay quiet for the break point.
no, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I'll tell you what happens then. Big serve down the tee. Azarenka only just gets it back with a chip return. Great return, by the way. Huge backhand, but Zhu redirects very, very nicely. That was very good. It's a very nice shot. Begrudgingly, a very nice shot.
So break point saved again.
In style.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Juice. I'll let you know the result of this game, at least, Nick, and then we'll fly around the grounds a little bit.
I think that's the best thing to do. This is where the action's at. There's £2 on the line here.
There's £2 exactly. Come on, Azarenka. Big backhands cross court. Huge backhands cross court. Zhu only just getting that one back. Oh, this is a great rally. It's been going on for a wee while, Nick. Wait till you get up to it. It's maybe about 20 shots now. And Zhu misses the backhand by a whisker, so we're break point number 2 in this game.
Yeah, I'm now at the start of that rally. So I will sit back and enjoy.
Here we go. Yeah, I'll give you some gripping commentary for this break point. This is the point of the tournament at the moment, obviously. If I lose my £2, I'm not eating tomorrow. Here we go. Big serve, body serve from Zhu. Big backhands down the line from her. Jesus. Okay, well, she saved that.
If anyone wants to drop a £2 super chat so Jack can have something to eat tomorrow, then
I can't. This is like endorsing gambling, twisting people's arms. I can't be doing that. Come on. Right. Zhu saves the break point. Back to Juice again. Azarenka fighting for her life here, but Zhu sprays another forehand long. I've got a good feeling here, Nick. I didn't think Azarenka was going to go down meekly, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. So much comeback ability from her, isn't there? She's such a good player. Such a good player when she's down.
Yeah. I mean, she's such a fighter, Sue, and like she showed that in sort of the beginning of the year. The way she beat Sakari was, I know it's Sakari, but that was still an impressive, well ground out win.
Yeah, definitely. She's the kind of player that floats about. You are talking about Zhu, right? It was her.
Yeah. Zhu,
yeah. She's the kind of player that's like floated about the kind of 30 to 40 mark. Very, very solid. Quite a tough unseeded player actually for Azarenka to get. I'm surprised she's not even seeded.
She's always just short. I remember she just missed out on a Wimbledon seeding and ended up having Swiatek in round 1.
Yes,
and I'm calling that to be a tough fight for Swiatek, but didn't end up being.
Classic Swiatek in that one. It is a match point. She's doing a good job of putting the first serve in there to force an error. So she's got match point number 2, gets it down the tee. That is a great serve. Azarenka gets it back into play, of course, though. Big backhand inside out, but she misses it. £2 down the drain, Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Well, look, you've probably made worse bets, right?
Oh, definitely. I've definitely made worse bets. So, that's a good consolation. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah. Ghosty's saying he's going to go watch Fernandez and Townsend. I think playing doubles, I think that's a really good choice. Going around the ground in the men's singles, we're into Manarino, who's gotten 2 sets to 1 up against Marozsan. Literally just now. It's been a fight. We are into a 5th set. Cerundolo was forced to 5th against Vesely. Vesely had a chance to go a break up in the second game, but it's still 1-1 with serve. Tommy Paul and Roman Safiulin are underway, going with serve 1-2. Called that one as potentially interesting. Hijikata's got the first against Fucsovic 6-1. And we have, okay, I need to check which Wong this is so I don't get this wrong. It's Wong Zhu or Wong Su. has won the first, has got the first set against Bernarda Pera. It's 3-4 on serve in the second, Wong serving. And you are up to date with all the live singles.
Wong Ju is the lefty, right?
I think so, yeah. I've never actually watched either of them play.
I've watched Wong Ju play before, but I've not watched Wong Jinyu play.
Yeah.
It's tough. But yeah, no, they are quite different in game style. Like if you watch Wong Ju, you'd do it instantly. Oh, her game is huge, and then Wong Jinyu is quite a little more passive, for sure. I would expect. Oh, she is up a set. You did mention that. Yeah, I was expecting the win there. Definitely more of an accomplished hard courter than Pera, for sure.
For sure. I mean, I thought Kudermetova would beat Pera. I didn't think Pera was in good form at all.
I mean, Kudermetova is exactly the same, though, right? Her form has just been so patchy. Anything that goes to a rally is just you fancy the chances of the other player, regardless if it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably fair.
That's probably rough, Nick, but at the same time, it's not a million miles away. Her form is
certainly on a hard court. Well, I don't know. It depends because Kudermetova can be super consistent.
Yeah.
She just hasn't been since really that Berlin injury.
Yeah. I did notice that. Maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes. It's always quite difficult to tell.
Especially if they don't talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No idea really, for sure.
I'm just having a look at some women's double scores. Yeah, I'm not surprised Ghosty's watching Fernandez and Townsend because they've won the first set 6-love against Centre and Fake. And Krejcikova and Siniakova, the number 1 seeds, have righted the ship. They've had to level at a set all against Mionmia and Santa Maria. Lost the first set 7-6 and then got the second 6-1.
Nice.
So
I'm tuning into the same as Ghosty for now. There's nothing that's an absolute must see on the course.
No, I mean maybe if you want to follow like Elena's lead, you want to go for Manarina Marochan, or if you want the 5-setter Vesely Cerundolo, or if you want to set out with a match, Paul Safiulin might develop into something. I feel like that's going to be a big hitting one.
Yeah, nothing's in a proper crunch moment though at the moment, right? That's the problem. Want to see some drama. Maybe the tail end of Wong Ju even, and Pera's match, maybe.
John is threatening to play a 60-second video as one of the worst pieces of talking tennis history. I'm kind of weirdly curious.
Go for it.
I'm going to do it.
Remember last ball drops? Remember that pretty successful thing we had on during the French Open and during Wimbledon, that as soon as that last ball dropped, we would go live with a review of the day? Well, for New York, we've got something slightly different. It's called the first serve. It may look like last ball drops. It may even appear like last ball drops, but it's on at a different time. Some of you may be thinking, oh, a little bit more convenient, European time, mid-afternoon. Well, you're probably right. Anyway, it's coming your way every day for the next week or so, from probably until about around 4, I would imagine, 3 p.m. Central European time, 2 p.m. British Summer Time, and therefore 9 a.m. in New York, so Eastern Time. We'll be coming your way every day with a review of the previous day's action and a look forward to the day ahead, all here on Talkin' Tennis. So, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and see you at 9 a.m. Eastern Time every day during the US Open until middle of the second week, more or
less. That was good. What was wrong with that? Describe that as the worst piece of footage in talking tennis history.
I reckon he needs to upgrade his camera. Nah, we do well. Yeah, brilliant. Piece. Brilliant idea to have sort of our daily reviews at the beginning of the day, which I'm looking forward to. I will definitely be tuning in if my work does not make me have a meeting at 2:00 in the afternoon. So that's so very excited to see. I don't know. So I didn't get a chance to catch today's. I'm going to try and catch tomorrow's. Yeah, great job as always, John, with everything that's going on. Jack, night session. I think, let's face it, the one that we're probably all excited about is Wozniacki-Kvitova, right?
Let me see the whole thing. Let me see what's coming up. Wozniacki-Kvitova for sure. I'm expecting the Wozniacki win there.
You were expecting Wozniacki to win?
Yep. I think the matchup's pretty good for her. Kvitova's always struggled in the heat in New York as well, historically, so there will be a little bit of a disadvantage for her. I don't think Wozniacki's level's that far off when she left the tour. I think one big win, and then everybody will be like, oh, yeah, she's a threat, actually. So I'm considering her a threat right now. I think she absolutely could come up with a big scalp. And I think it'll come here.
The way Kvitova can be, I could see that. I was thinking, I don't know, but like, how was she against? She's had a couple of struggles against big name opponents in Canada and Cincinnati. But hey, yeah, why not? I mean, it's going to be night session, so maybe a bit cooler, but still very humid. It also depends on how late they start, because they are after Offner versus Tiafoe.
Yeah, true. Offner maybe could serve well enough to make that a bit tricky. And yeah, I don't know. That could also just be 4 fairly standard sets, which is what I'm expecting.
Yeah. And then Louis Armstrong Stadium is Rybakina versus Tomljanovic to open.
Yep. That'll be... Tomljanovic has been off for a wee while, right? And
I mean, I wasn't expecting her to win her opener, to be honest. So she did well to beat Udvardi in 3, but I think she might lack something against Elena. Yeah, I think she lacks something against Elena anyway.
I think there's a few folk have been a bit down on Rybakina, and I'm still pretty big on her. I do think she still plays great all the time. There's been a few injury concerns, but I think she dispelled them in that Kostyuk match, right? So
yes,
I'm expecting big things from her here.
I mean, to be honest, I said this to Miles on WTA Weekly. I think her injury discussions were over-egged, to be honest. I think we was way too worried over nothing.
Yeah,
not a lot really.
Yeah, I'm tend to agree with that, Nick. Definitely.
Yeah, her issues in Canada and Cincinnati were more due to that Kasatkina match going stupidly late than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, I think the tournament director actually referenced that match and said it's not totally our fault. You got to look at Rybakina's match if she'd won her match earlier, which is kind of true. You can't expect to play a 3.5-hour match and then there's not repercussions. I guess it was a little silly, but still.
There would have been some recovery issues whatever time that match was played, but the lateness made it worse. Yeah,
exactly. We've got a few other ones as well. I'm just picking out here. We've got Drogu and Mensik, which is a ITF match. If ever you've seen one.
Okay. I haven't seen Mensik play yet. Have you?
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, it's an ITF match at the moment. Mensik's going to be a fantastic player. I'm not slating him at all. His game's amazing. It's like super big. He's huge serve and slaps the ace out of the ball.
Not bad for someone who's 17.
Not bad for somebody who's 17. No, it reeks a little bit of you play these guys at your local club and they hit these amazing shots after amazing shots, and then all of a sudden if you put them against Novak Djokovic, a few more balls come back and they tend to just spray a few. Like they hit super flat and just kills every ball, but forced to play a few more balls. Who knows what his rally temperament's like? It's tough to say at this point, but he's definitely got a big game. Is all I would say.
And you have to add him. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I said he's either going to be a Gasquet or a Nadal. It's going to be one of the two. But if he turns out to be in the second category, that's another name that you have to add to the list as an example of a young player who hasn't come through yet to challenge Alcaraz for those Grand Slams over the next, with it not immediately, but from about 5 years' time.
Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't sign up for a Gasquet? Off the bat, I'd love to have Gasquet.
True. Too. Yeah, if when Richard Gasquet does retire, he's going to be pretty pleased with the career he had.
Oh, absolutely. He's had an amazing career. Like top 10 and 20 odd titles in the tour or whatever it is, maybe 16.
I guess it's more what I make the comparison because, Gasquet and Nadal are the same age. They broke through at about the same time, both with big wins against Federer in like 2004, 2005. And Gasquet was on front page news in France. And he was like, everyone was like, he's going to be the next big tennis star. And very good career, top 10, 2 major semi-finals, lots of titles, pretty good, but not quite the superstar that they was put on him, which is why I will always caveat any big names that we saw coming through. I mean, Felix, right? Felix might be the latest one. Everyone was raving about him getting to 500 finals straight away at like a teenager. And then what's happened? His game's not developed into something that's consistently putting him at the deep end and competing with the biggest names.
Yeah, it's early in his career, to be fair. But yeah, it's a fairly good comparison, definitely. Because if Auger-Aliassime continues down the path he's going, then yeah, he's had plenty of success. But in fact, Gasquet's had a better career than Auger-Aliassime so far. Sorry to say. So.
Gasquet won a 500. He must have done.
Gasquet, maybe not actually. Maybe it's all 250s. Seems unlikely, but it's possible.
Google it. Yeah, I'm sure he's won a 500. I know he's been to a couple of thousand finals, but he never actually won one.
I'm going to guess no, actually, Nick, is my guess, but I'm not sure. 16 to...
I'm just checking it now.
A couple of the other ones while Nick looks that up. Cerundolo, Davidovich, Fokina. Big things for Davidovich, Fokina here. I'm sure a lot of people like myself have him going fairly deep in the tournament. Cerundolo, obviously, the Juan, I should say, by the way. Cerundolo rather than Francisco, so the easier of the Cerundolo brothers. That's definitely one that he can win. And then Zheng versus Ruud. I think a lot of people are smelling an upset there, but we'll see. We'll see. I think Ruud gets through, but it's going to be very, very hard. I would say 4 tough sets.
I'm going to be incredibly boring and agree with you. Sorry. I think Davidovich Fokina's, he was someone I was like umming and erring about how far to put him through the draw, actually. Yeah. 4th round, quarters or semis. Ruud again. Yeah, I would imagine Ruud should get through that. I can confirm you are right, Jack, that Gasquet never won a 500. He's 0 for 2 in 500 finals.
Is it how many 250s was it? 14, maybe 6? Was 16. It 16? It was 16. There you go. Yeah. Good knowledge.
Yeah, he reached 2 500 finals. Tokyo lost to David Ferrer, and Stuttgart lost to Del Potro.
Okay, and he maybe made like 3 Masters finals.
Yes, lost to Federer,
Hamburg,
2 of them, and Djokovic in 1.
Canada, maybe.
Yeah, so he actually reached the Canadian Open twice.
Oh,
and Hamburg once.
All right. Okay. Wow. Maybe 2006, 2008, 2012.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah, 2012 Canada. So yeah, he's a lot of his sort of biggest finals actually came before the ban that he had around 2008.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe that disrupted his career in some ways.
Possibly.
I don't know. I mean, what was it that held Gasquet back in the end? Really,
he just isn't as good as some of the other guys on the tour. I'm sure he got as much as he could out of his game. His forehand's not particularly nice, I suppose. Maybe there's a few coaches in the world that could have sorted that. Actually, that's the one thing I would say. His forehand really is a bit of a liability. But he did fantastically well. He got to like 5 in the world, whatever it was. Deserves some credit, definitely.
Speaking of older players, have you seen the draw? No, not the draw. The schedule of play for tomorrow.
I haven't looked at it in depth. No,
it's been released. Okay, first on Ash, 5 p.m. UK time. Murray Dimitrov.
First, so what is that? 4 o'clock our time.
5 o'clock our time.
I'm on court. That's annoying.
Yeah, Murray Dimitrov, but like first on Arthur Ashe.
That's good.
That's a good sort. And then they're following that one up with Vickmeyer Keys.
Okay, on Arthur Ashe. Wow. Okay, fair enough.
Madison Keys is probably a big enough draw for Americans. I don't know.
Yeah, and he's got Louis Armstrong, Sabalenka. I did say earlier, it's up to the organisers. I'm just kind of surprised at that one.
Yeah. Sinner, Louis Armstrong day session, Sonego Sinner, Barrage Sabalenka, Svitolina Pavlyuchenkova, kind of interested to see how that one turns out.
Yeah, that'll be good. I've got Svitolina down to win that, but it'll be hard.
Me too. Yeah. I imagine Svitolina should win that. She's in slightly better form than Pavlyuchenkova.
If you want my picks of the letter, Kvitova, Wozniacki, definitely. I think that's definitely one to watch.
Yes.
I would probably go for Stearns and that's happening today, isn't it?
This is all today's match,
yeah. So I'd go for Stearns, Towson, probably.
Okay.
I'm interested to see how that goes. I'd love to see Towson finally live up to the billing, but it's not quite
So
happening
would
yet.
I. So would I.
She's got so much talent. So much talent. Like, she's such a good player. So I'm expecting big things from her at one point, but maybe not yet. I honestly, like, the first few times I watched her, I was like, Jesus Christ, she's going to be top 5 in like 2 years or something. She has got such a big game. And it's just not really transpired that way.
But
So
it's injury. She keeps getting injured.
Yeah.
She's got Bianca Andreescu syndrome.
Yeah.
It didn't quite peak. Didn't quite peak in the same way at 19 that Andreescu did.
Yeah. I mean,
Or Raducanu, actually. Raducanu probably the same problem.
It's not exactly the same, but I was going to say Mukova almost in a way is like obviously a player that should have done better earlier and just keeps getting impacted by injuries. And now she's kind of living her true tennis life, right? I have that potential for Towson, not in the same way as Mukova. Obviously, they're two totally different players. But I do have visions of Towson getting to the top 10 when she finally is injured.
Maybe Mukova like she will. I would be so up for that because, she's such an exciting player. Elena, by the way, is raving in the chat about Manarina Marochan.
What's happening?
Apparently, there's been some really good rallies.
I'll get on them. Why not? I'll put it on. In
I can't because I'm not signed up with Bet365. But
can't believe that's where everybody should be. That's just the case, though. It's the US Open's fault for selling their rights to Sky Sports. It's an absolute can't swear, but it's an absolute farce, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, not just the US Open, right? Next year, both tours.
Yeah, good point. I forgot about that. Good point.
Yeah,
nice.
With no more Amazon Prime subscriptions after
oh my god,
December.
Well, it better be usable. At the moment, it's terrible.
So from what I can gather, it's usable if you have the right devices.
Interesting.
So, like, if you're watching on a PS4 on Xbox or like a smart TV or a Fire Stick, that kind of thing, really usable, really user friendly. Anything else, no.
Oh, Manarino, that's a great shot. Yeah. Okay, like interesting. Sorry, I'm engrossed by this match now. Elena's quite right. That was a great shot. Wow.
Honestly, just listen to what Elena picks.
Manarino is good to watch, man. I mean, similarly to like Muti, I guess maybe the theme here is French players. I really like watching French players. But I mean, similar to Muti, he just comes up with some shots you wouldn't see from anybody else. Like, he hits the ball as flat as a pancake. It is mad.
Yeah.
Tweener from Manarino. He didn't win the point from there, did he? Oh my god, he did. Alina. Is that what you were talking about? That's insane. He did like a sort of jumping tweener, front-facing tweener shot. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. Very cool.
Wow. There you go. That's the match to watch. Unfortunately, I am watching Paul Safiullin. Actually, Safiullin is currently at 5-3-30 love, serving for it. First set.
Okay. Interesting.
Safiullin obviously blasting his way to the Wimbledon quarterfinals, which is why he was on my list of players to watch, and then putting him against Tommy Paul. I was like, this could be interesting.
It's like him, Miralles and Menchik, all players that just like smack every single ball that they see, basically. Karatsev as well. Probably 4 biggest hitters on the tour at the moment, genuinely.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I'd maybe need to look into that to confirm, but certainly from the ground, they're right up there. They hit the ball so flat, for better or worse.
I mean, what would you use to measure bigness? Speed?
Speed, yeah, speed. Because Alcaraz has got the heaviest ball probably, but I'm just talking about who can hit the ball the fastest from the ground. Probably those guys. Not necessarily saying it's the best thing in the world, because you're going to make a lot of mistakes doing that. And that's why these guys don't win loads of matches. But yeah, I'd certainly say they're up there for sure as like the biggest kind of bulldozers from the back of the court on the tour, definitely.
Interesting.
Yeah, because speed's not everything, Nick, for sure. Like, loads of players can hit the ball really hard. We've got a player at my club who can probably hit as hard as the pros, but he doesn't put an ounce of topspin in that thing. And he just like misses every, 3 shots basically.
Yeah, I can relate. I can relate to that.
It's good when it works. It is good when it works, genuinely. And sometimes he has.
Follow my Twitter account for my latest misadventures in competitive tennis.
Saw that, Nick.
There'll be multiple tweets. There will be continuing to be like that. We're riding the roller coaster of highs and lows.
what we're getting a what from? Is this about Nick's tennis journey? Maybe. Oh, sorry, something. Isla. She pulled out. Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've just seen, Google says walkover.
Rybakina will not be playing Tomljanovic tonight. Breaking news.
Are they going to move anything over to take over the night session slot?
Yeah, you'd imagine so, right?
Yeah, they're going to have to.
Maybe Jennifer Brady.
That would make sense. I mean, who's not started yet? Let me have a look at the schedule.
Jennifer Brady, Magdalene might make a bit of sense.
Grand Slam semi-finalist versus a Grand Slam finalist. That's a quality match. An American as well. Yeah, they've moved it on. That's confirmed. It's been moved on. So your new Louis Armstrong night session lineup is Brady versus Lynette, followed by Variès versus Fritz.
There you go. Yeah, I did. They're Grand Slam finalists and semi-finalists, but I did just mean Brady with the American draw. Definitely going to get a lot of players, fans onto that court.
Yeah, but you're not going to necessarily put like any American player on that court, right?
No, Brady. Yeah, like Vickery probably wouldn't have the same draw for sure.
No.
Brady like Wozniacki is a whisker away from her best tennis. She's again one big win. And we'll all be saying, "Oh, Brady's gonna get to another final or something again." I don't think she's that far off at all.
No, I don't think so either. That's true. And like watching her, I was like, "Good grief!" I forgot how big she can hit, especially on the forehand. I was saying this to, I think it was John on Monday. The last time she played the US Open was 2020, her semi-final run.
Really?
Yeah, that's the last time she played the US Open.
That makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, she hadn't played since the 2021 Australian Open up to July 2023, so that does make sense. Yeah. I'm excited to see what she can do because I love a comeback story, similarly to Wozniacki, but more so Brady. I feel like she's obviously been forced off the tour, and I wish the two of them good luck. But I'm very excited to see how Brady does. Definitely.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I think I got her playing Goff in round 4.
Okay. I think maybe same. I'd like to do a wee comparison, Nick, before we go. That might be good.
I can definitely do that for you. I've got it. Let me get my laptop because I've got it on a spreadsheet. Easy to navigate in the app.
That's true, yeah.
And basically, I am that prepared. I have a spreadsheet that I do my predictions on first, and then I input my choices into the apps.
I do have Brady in the 4th round as well, Nick. Do have Brady in the 4th round, and then I have Golf getting through that. But I'm sure you're going to see that.
I mean, my women's draw's fallen apart a little bit, apart from the women I've got going pretty far. So the points from that should make up for early round mishaps.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. You just back the players that you think will go deep and just hope for the best from the others. Okay, so what do you want to compare?
Just some of your. What about quarterfinalists? Go.
Okay, well that's easy. Swiatek Goff.
Swiatek Goff. Let me just see. Oh, what's it doing? Sorry, guys. Come on.
That's fine.
What is it? I hate this app. I don't know what it's doing. Okay, I'm back. Okay, Swiatek Goff. I've got that.
Rybakina Mukova.
Yep, got that.
Vondrousova Pegula.
No, I've got Towson.
Okay, we're on the Towson train.
Yeah. But I mean, should I be in the Towson train? Probably not. But anyway, that's what I've got.
It's not an unreasonable pick, though. Like, I would have been tempted by that, but I've gone in on Towson before and got burned. I think I went all in her at the French, actually.
That's Alina just saying Manarino wins in 4 versus Miralles. Big win for Manarino. Great stuff.
Yeah, another good run and a draw for Manarino, who's just getting better with age.
I know, love it. Love it. That's a good story. All these French guys still playing great tennis. All of them, honestly.
Yeah. Bring on. Gael Andre tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, that'll be good. So, sorry, Nick, did you have Jabeur or Sabalenka?
Jabeur Sabalenka, yeah.
Qinwen Zheng. Zheng Qinwen.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm not what I think Jabeur's the one I'm least confident in.
Fair, yeah. That's definitely me as well.
Although my backup wasn't Zheng Qinwen.
Okay, who was it?
Bushkova.
Yeah. They're quite a good slow conditions actually. So
there was a range of reactions there.
Yeah, no, it's not. I was going to turn it down at first, but it's not a bad pick actually. Yeah, fair. The only thing I would say, Nick, she's won 3 of her 12 hardcourt Grand Slam matches for her career.
Yeah, but she was doing well in Canada and Cincinnati.
That's true. But just say.
Travis Wade. Yeah, no, I know, but things like that meant to be broken. After all, Vondroushev had never won a match on grass.
Yeah,
one match on grass.
That's a good counter. And who have you got in your semis, just quickly?
Swiatek Rybakina.
Golf Mukova.
Sorry?
I've got the other 2.
Golf Mukova.
Yeah.
Interesting. And then Pegula Sabalenka.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, we're already going way off because I think you know who I went for the title.
I don't for sure. Did you go for Iga?
I did, to beat Sabalenka in the final.
Okay, nice. No, I went for Pegula to beat Goff in the final. Which is maybe a bit silly, but why not? And what about your men's, very quickly? What about your quarterfinals?
Let's do this. Okay, quarterfinals. Alcaraz Sinner.
We've got a request to look at the chat very quickly. We have been skirting it for a little while. So let's just see if there's anything that's worth picking out.
I had a quick look through. There wasn't anything I wanted to answer.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then. Sorry, Nerlin. Let's hear your quarterfinals quickly.
If you want to post something now, then go for it. We'll take a look.
I do want to hear them.
Right. John's put Evanescence in round 4 against Ziga, by the way, which is an interesting choice. I had Paolini
in round 4.
Yeah.
I can't remember who I had, so I'd have to double check.
Yeah. It's probably going to be Ostapenko at this rate, though.
I think it will. I didn't like having Ostapenko there. I'm sure I would have picked Ostapenko to beat Iga if she'd got that far. I just feel like momentum. I do have Ostapenko. I've got Iga beating Ostapenko. Never mind.
There we go. Alcaraz Sinner.
Yeah, Alcaraz Sinner.
Has to be. I know some people are like, Zverev might beat Sinner, but I think Sinner's way better than he was last time he played Zverev.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah.
And Medvedev Hurkacz.
De Minaur Hurkacz.
No, Medvedev. Oh, De Minaur Hurkacz. Okay.
Yeah. But do I really believe that? I don't know. I just fancied a bit of chaos.
I know De Minaur beat Medvedev
in Cincinnati and Paris.
But it's best of 3, not best of 5.
Oh, it was Toronto, sorry. But yeah. I do think Medvedev will win that. I'm just, a little bit of chaos. I don't think I believe that, really. Who else have you got? Here's the Lehechka pick for me, unfortunately.
Okay. Rude versus Paul.
Lehechka Fusovic.
He went pure chaos. I think Fusovic maybe.
I think Fusovic has went out, though, yeah. I'd forgotten that.
He was in trouble. I know that.
No, he's just the one setting a breakdown. Jesus. Okay. Bye, Fusovic. Yeah. That was a silly pick. But never say never. And then the last 2.
Well, I'm already wrong with one of them.
Same.
Tsitsipas Djokovic.
Hallis. Djokovic.
You went Hallis?
But I want Hallis to come true because I keep like backing him and it's not really happening.
Vucevic, former Grand Slam quarterfinalist, that was plausible. Who was your other one?
Lehechka.
Grand Slam semi-finalist this year in the Australian. Very plausible. Quentin Hallis.
Yeah. That's it's not. I didn't really believe it, but who knows? I definitely didn't have Tsitsipas getting past round 2 at least. I think I had him losing to Miralles actually.
Do you know what I do? I have a very shaky semi-final pick because I did go with my algorithm rather than maybe a little bit of common sense.
Go. Who did you have?
I put Rude in my semis against Djokovic.
I went Lehechka, obviously Djokovic rather than Rude. Rude maybe. Yeah. Why not?
I did go back and forth though between Rude and Tiafoe.
Yeah, I think Rude's a better pick than Tiafoe. Genuinely.
Yeah.
And then I had Sinner Hurkacz in the other semi.
Yeah, which I assume you'd have Sinner winning that.
Yep.
And then Sinner Djokovic final, Djokovic wins it.
Yeah. Has to be.
And okay, I have Alcaraz Djokovic in the final.
Okay.
And I have Alcaraz winning.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm on the Alcaraz train.
Why not?
John is saying he had Leylah Fernandez in his WTA semi-finals. I don't think that was a bad pick, though.
Yeah. I think I
had I'm a Leylah fan. I'm a little bit biased, but also Leylah, North American hard courts.
Yeah, she's just not been totally inspiring recently. I had her going out to Alexandrova. Didn't fancy it.
I had her beating Alexandrova and getting to the 3rd round.
I just thought that was a tough matchup. You can get hit off the court with Leylah's kind of game.
We've seen Leylah overcome matchups like that. She shouldn't have beaten that Sabalenka.
No.
Or Osaka.
The Osaka one was very good, actually. The Sabalenka one was quite kind of down to Sabalenka, but the Osaka one seriously was good. It's a good point. But yeah, I'm not that big on Fernandez at the moment, Nick.
I mean, look, I know, she's let me down a few times. I just know what she can do, and I will keep continuing to just believe she can do it again.
That's fair. That's basically me.
Yeah.
And Quentin Hallis.
That's fair. That is fair. I mean, I think Fernandez is a better CV than Hallis.
Yeah, slightly. Novak once said, "Play like a top 10 player for one match."
Mm-hmm. That's true.
That's a
Hallis is a friend of the show. We shouldn't do down on him. Like, he's a very talented tennis player.
Yes, he liked my photo on Instagram. So
actually, either maybe he's not a friend of Token Tennis, maybe he's just a friend of on the line.
I guess he is. Yeah, I guess he is. I don't really know what was going on there, but Nick, we're getting close to the tail end of the show here.
We are.
Is there anything we need to talk about before we go? I think we've covered most of it, right?
I think we're pretty covered. I think we've got a great night session ahead of us. I'll have to sleep through it, unfortunately, but the perils of watching the US Open in Europe. But I think we're in for I think I'm mainly going to bed very excited for Murray versus Dimitrov tomorrow.
It's going to be good. At least it's not at the night session. I got to say, Nick, that is a relief. But I will miss the first part of it, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I'm very excited to see how that one goes. I do think it's a good second round, all things considered. So I'm happy for Andy that he's got a decent-ish second round, and excited to see what happens.
Dimitrov is a player who in the past has given Murray some headaches, even before the hip. But what I will say is, like, Murray now versus Dimitrov now is a close match. What might make the difference is Dimitrov having to do that marathon against Molchan, and Murray, being the type of player he is, might just grind him down.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time Andy had a fairly comfortable Grand Slam win? It does make a little bit of a difference, right?
Yeah.
He'll still have legs. Dimitrov, maybe, will be feeling it. Yeah. Tough to say, Nick. Tough to say.
But that's what it's all about for us too tomorrow.
And then there's also a few other British interest ones, right? We've also got Burrage-Sabalenka, which not likely to be an upset there, but
that's going to be a demolishing, I might reckon.
Yeah, I think I think that's fair.
I don't want to do down on Jodie Burrage. You know, she's playing really well at the minute, but I don't see her getting more than a couple of games off Sabalenka.
Nope, I don't either. We've also got Nori Sue. We've got Dan Evans v Van de Zandschulp.
That's going to be close.
Yeah, Van de Zandschulp's been a bit ropey recently. A lot of confidence issues. But then he won Washington. He kind of, he is able to still peak. Whereas Van de Zandschulp seriously not won many matches since that Munich final where he choked 4 championship points.
Oh, yeah. So, I was wondering what happened to him.
Yeah, I genuinely think it is a little bit of like underconfidence in the court. I could be wrong. Maybe there's an injury thing going on, but anyway, coincidence, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
It's good fun, Jack. Nice to be here.
Yeah, great to see you, Nick. Thanks very much, guys, for joining us in Talking Tennis. Maybe in Ireland I'll interact with the chat a little more next time. Who knows? We'll see.
I was enjoying our conversation, Jack, to be honest.
So was I, Nick. So was I, exactly. Until then, though, we'll have to love yous and leave yous. Catch us next time in Talking Tennis. Please like and subscribe before you leave.
All right. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.